It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got NASDAQ back in the green right now, higher by 14 points, up by about 0.1%. The S&P keeping it all in context, up now by about 0.3%. The Dow is gaining 125, also up by 0.3%. Again, the S&P very close to session highs. So the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Bond yields are falling after economic data this morning suggested the Fed may cut rates to prevent a recession. The 10-year currently yielding 4.44%, with the 2-year 3.97%. Spot gold up $44 the ounce, up 1.4% now, while West Texas Intermediate crude is lower by 2.1%, $61.79 a barrel. The Producer Price Index, a gauge of wholesale costs, posted the largest drop in almost 5 years, a surprise 0.5% decline. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Why now? Tame inflation data with tariffs pending? Here's why. Slumping margins. A sign businesses are absorbing some of the cost of higher tariffs, not passing them along to consumers for now. Even so, consumer confidence in the U.S. economy is way down. There are also signs consumer spending is moderating, a tepid increase in April retail sales. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And one other economic note, busy day for economic news, by the way. Confidence among American home builders slumped in May to the lowest since late 2023. Among home builders, Toll Brothers up 0.6%. Rivals also higher. Pulte up by 0.4%. Lennar up now by 1.4%. And KB Home up by 0.7%. Recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 0.3%, with the 10-year currently yielding 4.44%. Balance of power continues right now. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. Charlie Pellet live in New York here on Balance of Power, the early edition on Bloomberg Radio, Satellite Radio Channel 121, and YouTube. Search us out. Bloomberg Business News Live. You'll catch our live stream, and we always save a seat for you here in the studio as we follow not only President Trump's travels today, arriving in Abu Dhabi. As we told you, he is now inside the presidential palace for a dinner that was on the schedule, and we're waiting for news here on chips, of course, as we discussed earlier in the week. NVIDIA chips apparently cleared for sale in the UAE. But here in Washington, there's a lot going on in the Capitol. Not only the drive to reconciliation in the House and an important meeting with the salty Republicans and the Freedom Caucus earlier today did not generate a deal, at least not yet, on a SALT cap. There's also something happening in the Supreme Court, and what many are seeing as the most significant case of the year so far, birthright citizenship, with a constitutional question that's being asked here by way of a procedural question. This is a little bit complicated, but that's why we have Greg Stewart, his great reporting on the terminal and online. Should lower court judges have the authority, and you've heard the White House push back hard on this, have the authority to block federal policies with nationwide injunctions? That's what the justices are seeking to answer. And based on their answer, we could have a way forward here when it comes to birthright citizenship. Latest from Eric Larson on the terminal, the Supreme Court's liberal justices, not a big surprise, indicating that the president's executive order restricting birthright citizenship is probably illegal. That's based on oral arguments a short time ago as we assemble our panel. Rick Davis is with us in studio today, Bloomberg Politics contributor, a Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie Shanzano with us from New York, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, our Democratic analyst. Great to see you both here. Rick, when you're reading the tea leaves, I guess it really shouldn't be a big surprise that the liberal justices feel this way. How does the rest of the court feel about the procedural question?
It's interesting because some of the questions, and I'm certainly not a really great court watcher, but some of the questions by Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh indicate a concern for the same thing. In other words, if a lower court district judge can't make a nationwide ban, doesn't that result in thousands of cases being taken up by other courts all over the country to have the same effect? And are we really walking into a trap by saying, sure, notionally, a federal district court judge shouldn't be able to do that, except look at what the reaction will be if they can't?
Yes, right.
And so in this case in particular, there would be thousands, tens of thousands of cases challenging the ban on birthright citizenship. And yet, right now, it's only the liberal judges who are saying, and by the way, let's talk about birthright citizenship,
yes,
right?
Yes.
It is the law of the land. And so a lot of people are misreading this court case. It's not a ruling on the legality of birthright citizenship right now. It's really on the court's power to make these nationwide injunctions, many of which have been used to stop these executive orders that Donald Trump has been issuing. So this is a really new thing that the courts are having to grapple with.
Yeah, it's a big question for this administration, certainly. Jeannie, does Donald Trump have a point that any old district judge should not be able to stop a federal policy with a national injunction?
Yeah, first of all, I'm jealous that you two are together, and I'm very happy to be back on with you, Joe Matthew. It's almost as exciting as listening to the Supreme Court today. I have been glued to this hearing, which is now over. The reality is he does have a good point. The DOJ, not just Trump's administration, but going back throughout the modern presidency, has been raising the alarm on individual district judges issuing nationwide injunctions. The numbers of those injunctions have gone up dramatically, as has presidential use of EOs, in large part because we have a Congress that is not doing its job. And so you have a real conundrum here for the DOJ, for the president, and for these justices. You know, Rick was just talking, rightly so, about the chaos and mess that would occur if federal district judges can't use these nationwide injunctions. But the reality is there is also the other side of this, which is the power of the president to act, and to act without being thwarted by an individual unelected federal judge. So these are not easy questions. Remember, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, they complained about the same thing. One of the differences here is Donald Trump's rate of EOs, 200 EOs now, 49 of which have been blocked by district court judges. So to Rick's point, this is not about birthright citizenship. It is a traditional battle of separation of powers and who is empowered in our nation under the Constitution to act, and when they can do that and when they can be thwarted in that.
Of course, the ruling here could indirectly actually impact birthright citizenship here, correct? It's certainly, if they knock this down, it kind of ends the argument. The Supreme Court, though, says it may eventually hear arguments on the legality of the actual executive order. Rick, you've been around Republican politics for a minute. Just frame this for us in the context of this conversation that's been happening quietly for a really long time, questioning why this is in place here, something that is, of course, unique to the United States. The idea would be restricting birthright citizenship so one of the parents would be a citizen, correct?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we would have to look at how to make a law that would accommodate that, right? That is not a given.
This has been simmering for a long time.
It has. It's a fringe legal theory, right? And that, frankly, for the last 40 years that I've been involved, nobody has really taken seriously.
How about that?
And any sort of legal scholar of standing would tell you the law of the land is clear, right? Born in the United States, you're a citizen. And there's a lot behind that, right? We believe in, that opportunity is here in the United States for anybody who wants to come, right? It's based in everything that has built the country up until this point in time. So nobody really took it seriously, but Donald Trump embraced that sort of fringe legal theory back in his first term and talked quite a bit about it. And it helped fuel some of the MAGA movement and help get disaffected citizens from rural areas who felt like immigration was polluting the country, was taking away jobs, was crowding the hospitals, was changing the educational system. All of a sudden, we're speaking Spanish in elementary school, and so it was a piece of the entire MAGA puzzle that Donald Trump was able to craft, and if not for Donald Trump, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Yeah. There's not a legal scholar and a judge on the Supreme Court who felt we've been doing the wrong thing on birthright citizenship. So if this does lead to a true debate on birthright citizenship, I think you're going to see a lot of people come out of the woodwork to oppose any change in what is perceived to be the 14th Amendment.
Boy, that's great analysis, Jeannie, and I wonder what you see as the motivation here for this White House then. To Rick's point, it's kind of the centerpiece of the president's approach to immigration, the crackdown at the border, the mass deportations, the way all of this has been signaled. Does the White House actually think it has legal standing here, or it's just good politics?
On the merits, they didn't go to the Supreme Court because they know they would likely on the merits be shut down on this. The argument that they're making is the 14th Amendment specifically says people who are born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Their argument is that if one or both parents are illegal or temporary citizens, they are not subject to the jurisdiction, and therefore their offspring are not citizens. It is a very difficult case for them to make. There is both legal precedent going back to the 1890s, codified by Congress, unanimous declarations by most legal scholars that the clarity of the 14th Amendment on this point, unlike many others, is going to be very tough for them to push forward. So I think they believe that they may be able to get ground here. At least they make political points. And if you take the birthright citizenship question out of this, which is of course critical, you also have, again, this enormous issue of presidential power, because it's not just an EO on birthright citizenship he wants to be able to move forward on and enforce. It is the 199 others that he has put out there, 49 of which have been thwarted by federal judges so far.
So he doesn't really want a decision on this right now because he wants to keep talking about it, right, as a political issue.
I think that they'll take the decisions as they come, right? This is a concerted strategy that they've developed, which is basically generate law by executive order.
Yes.
And,
let them claw you back.
Typically, Congress is the only one who can make a law. But his executive orders are basically creating law. And if he loses, 20% of them, great. He's just expanded presidential power substantially. And so if your strategy is to have the strongest presidency, in modern times, then this is a hallmark of that. This is an element of that strategy, and he can't lose, because even if there's only one of these executive orders that holds the weight, then he can then build on that, year after year after year. Remember, this is only the first 120 days of this presidency. He's going to continue to produce executive orders on a daily basis to exert the presidential ability to assume power and control over the judiciary, the Congress, that he's trying to exert.
Sure.
So it's a strategy, and I think it's working right now.
Great conversation with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our panel with us on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power. We want to bring you to the presidential palace in Abu Dhabi right now. They've just begun a bilateral meeting between President Trump and the UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. This is live from Abu Dhabi. Listen to President Trump now on Bloomberg.
Very bad vibes, very unhappy. It was an unhappy country. A lot of foolish things were happening, stupid things were happening. And we just got the numbers. We had the highest enlistment numbers just about that we've ever had. We think it probably the highest, but they say have to be extremely accurate when it comes to the news, because they check every word I say. There's a little bit of an inaccuracy, but I will tell you, we had just about the best numbers for enlistment we've ever had. Every one of our services. I'm very proud of Space Force because I created Space Force. That was my baby. Hadn't been done in 78 years, a new force, and it's doing phenomenally well. We were not winning the space war, and now we're leading it by tremendous margins over Russia and China primarily. And so we're very proud of it, but I'm very proud of maybe even more so the enlistment numbers. So we went from having a hard time getting people to join our armed forces and our police, by the way, to having the best numbers that we've ever had, wanting to join. They're proud of our country again. That's a big thing, and to happen so fast, over about a 6 or 7 month period, that's a big honor. And likewise, the police, very hard to get police, and now the ranks are bursting and with pride. So that's something that we're very happy about. We've had investments in our country over the last 3 months, but really 2 months, because it took me a couple of weeks to get started. I had to get a little acclimated again, because we had a very successful first term, as you knew. We had one of the most successful economies in the history of our country. First term was amazing. We did a lot of things. We rebuilt our military. We did a lot of great things. And I think this is even going to be better. But we have now, I think, substantially over $10 trillion of investment. And now when I add the 1.4 trillion, we easily break that number. So that's investment or investment that we think will soon happen. And it doesn't include people that are building, because not everybody comes and tells us that they're building, and you know, it's a big country, but we're having numbers that we've never done before, and that means AI plants. That means, and you know, as an example, a really good example is Apple. Apple is now spending much more than $500 billion on plants. They didn't do that before. As you know, they built their plants in another location. We have the biggest computer company, $500 billion. We have Mr. Wei of Taiwan is spending $200 billion. Jensen who's great. Jensen Huang is spending $500 billion. We have numbers that nobody's ever seen before. That all means jobs, because to me the most important jobs, I want jobs. And we have costs are way down. Groceries, they have a term, grocery. It's an old term, but it means basically what you're buying, food. It's a pretty accurate term, but it's an old-fashioned sound. But groceries are down, costs are down, eggs are down. They were, first week they were hitting me with eggs were up 200%, and now they're down to a number that is amazing. We're down 97, 98% from where they were. And everybody, they said, you won't have eggs for Easter. Well, we had everybody had eggs for Easter at a very reasonable price. At the White House, we had our little Easter egg roll, and we had hundreds of thousands of eggs purchased. They said, you have to go out and buy plastic eggs. That didn't work out. So we've done a real job, and our energy costs are way down. The energy is way down, gasoline is down, and we have almost no inflation. So we've got the economy back. We've got a border now that's very powerful, 99.9%, and nobody would have believed that was possible. It was a real mess. And we had, frankly, an incompetent previous administration. I know you weren't thrilled with them. They abandoned people, and it wasn't that they abandoned. They didn't bother to call people back. They treated people with great disrespect, but part of it was a level of stupidity that we've never seen before. And I'm glad we arrived, and I know you people also woo you. You know, you're an amazing country. You're a rich country. You can have your choice, but I know you'll never leave my side. I know that. And you know the special relationship that we have and our country has. So our country's back with you, and our country's back in a lot of ways. We have a country with tremendous spirit right now, tremendous. I haven't seen anything like it. I would say this, we're far ahead of schedule. If you would have told me these numbers in a year and a half from now, I would have been very happy with them. But think that substantially more than $10 trillion, you'll have numbers of other presidents where they won't do $1 trillion in many, in a long time. $1 trillion. We did it in 2 months because, again, you figure 3, but let me have 1 month of fixing up the Oval Office. In other words, getting things ready. And I look forward to having you in the White House. We'll celebrate together. But we are going to be your friend, and we're going to be your partner, and we really appreciate your confidence and an investment. That's your biggest investment that you've ever made, and we really appreciate it, and we're going to treat you very, as you should be, magnificently. And you're a magnificent man, and it's an honor to be with you.
My honor, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. شكرا شباب. دخل وسام.
نستأذن سموكم بالبدء. Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, in recognition of President Donald Trump's exceptional efforts to strengthen the long-standing ties of friendship and strategic partnership between the United Arab Emirates and United States of America, I am honored to announce that His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan bestows the Order of Zayed upon President Trump.
This is live from the presidential palace in Abu Dhabi. Just listening to President Trump there for a couple of moments, who's in a bilateral meeting with the UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who was speaking a short time ago through translation, as I mentioned, live here, and the third stop on President Trump's tour through the Middle East. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thank you for being with us on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee Lyons at my side. And Kaylee, we've been talking so much about computer chips and a $1.4 trillion investment over the next 10 years. That's the hard news here. That's the headline on the terminal, that President Trump is announcing an investment from the United Arab Emirates. Much of this has to do with high-tech NVIDIA chips, right? This is, of course, the workhorse of the AI engine that has been off limits to so many countries until now.
Well, that's true. And of course, the UAE, not the only Gulf state who has been wanting to have further penetration into this kind of technology as they look to diversify their economies, has asked this of the U.S., Saudi Arabia, getting some commitments in regard to chips as well. But Bloomberg is reporting today that there are some even close to President Trump within the administration who are more hawkish on national security issues, who do have concerns about access being granted to these countries. And specifically, if some of these could actually end up in China as an end market, knowing there needs to be perhaps greater guardrails on this kind of commitment to make everybody comfortable. But obviously, that is what President Trump is in the region for, is to tout investment deals like this, as he adds the $1.4 trillion over the next 10 years. He says his commitment from the UAE to the figures yesterday from Qatar, they set up to $1.2 trillion of economic exchange. And of course, the Saudis have already pledged at least $600 billion, though they are trying to get to the $1 trillion figure as well.
Absolutely. I mentioned NVIDIA. It's good for the whole space. NVIDIA, AMD, and so many others, Amazon, Cisco, Qualcomm, all announcing investments on this trip.
It has certainly been a trip that has brought a lot of news, not just on the investments, mind you, but on the geopolitical front as well. After yesterday, of course, the president met with the new president of Syria, talk of relieving sanctions on Syria, normalizing relations, and of course, some progress being made, it seems, on a deal with Iran as well. We want to get into all of this now and turn to our colleague Anne-Marie Hordern, who is live in Abu Dhabi for us. Anne-Marie, obviously, we just heard from President Trump more about investment, but what are the other takeaways from his time spent in the UAE so far?
Well, the big headline, of course, is this $1.4 trillion, but we knew that was coming. I reported back in March that we had Sheikh Taknoun in the Oval Office meeting with the president, talking about this investment figure the UAE could get to. But key to that was the UAE getting their hands on these advanced chips. And it seems like that is going to be one of the deliverables. To Joe and Kaylee, both your points, the likes of NVIDIA, AMD, they'll win big in this. The concern, of course, has been to make sure that tech does not leak to China. So there's still a lot of discussions around how to make sure that remains secured. I had some reporting that potentially you could have AI data centers, say, in Riyadh or Abu Dhabi, but the U.S. would control who would have access to those data centers. Also interesting, coming out of this discussion between Mohammed bin Zayed, Sheikh Mohammed, the president of the UAE, as well as President Donald Trump, he said, we look forward to seeing you at the White House. It looks like he extended an invitation for the president of the UAE to visit him in Washington, D.C.
Anne-Marie, big questions about Iran after the administration, in fact, put forth a written proposal for a nuclear deal. What do we expect for a response, and how long could that take?
Well, we know that they've already had about 4 meetings. This has been happening in Oman, these 4 meetings, round of talks brokered by the Omanis between Tehran and Washington. What I would say is the president, before he was in Abu Dhabi, spoke in Doha, and he talked about another olive branch, saying that there's a report, if you read it, it was NBC News, the president mentioned it, saying that Iran is coming to the table. But if you look through what that top advisor of the Ayatollah said, he basically was outlining a deal that the president, 7 years almost to the day, May 8th, 2018, the president, Donald Trump, as the 45th president, pulled the United States out of the JCPOA. And in this report, this advisor to the Ayatollah was basically talking about the fact that we would never have a nuclear weapon, but we would still keep uranium enrichment for a civil program. Now, bipartisan, a lot of Republicans in Washington, D.C., even I think on a bipartisan basis, some Democrats would say they want to see more done when it comes to Iran. Earlier in the week, the president talked about other grievances towards Iran. Could that be part of the nuclear, a potential nuclear deal? He talked about the fact that Tehran financially backs all the proxies in this region, Lebanese Hezbollah, the Houthis, and of course Hamas.
And Anne-Marie, we know that is not the only deal that Trump and his administration are in active pursuit of. He, of course, still wants to see a peace deal reached between Russia and Ukraine. Given that Russia only sent very low-level officials to Turkey today, Volodymyr Zelensky, of course, not meeting in person with Vladimir Putin as he had asked of Putin to meet him there. Should we assume that President Trump at this time has no reason to extend his trip?
No, and President Trump said at this time, that's a great way to frame it, Kaylee, because throughout this entire tour of the Middle East, the president kept leaving the door open to potentially peeling off and adding a stop in Istanbul if he were to meet and sit down with President Putin and even Zelensky, even though he just saw Zelensky only a few weeks ago at the Vatican, that remarkable photo. What I would say is the president today said there really is not going to be a deal until Putin and I meet, but it felt like the door was really closing. And at this point, he will not be going, it doesn't seem like, to Istanbul. It felt like there were really talks of this earlier in the week, but at this moment, that seems that door has closed. Even though the president, it seemed like he would be keen to make it happen, it doesn't seem that Moscow was ready at this moment.
Great reporting from Anne-Marie Hordern. It's good to have you, Anne-Marie. Live from Abu Dhabi with us on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We have a conversation ahead with Congressman Marlin Stutzman, the Republican. Will be with us live from Capitol Hill straight ahead after we check Wall Street. Let's get our hands on the markets first. Charlie Pellet has the latest on the trade from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Higher across the board. Indeed, best level of the session right now, Joe Matthew, for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. Like you, we are focused on news out of the Middle East, trade, tariffs, investments, earnings, and yes, a ton of economic data this morning. Right to the numbers here with the S&P now higher by 28. That is a gain of 0.5%. The Dow up 214, up 0.5. NASDAQ up 45 now, up 0.2%. But interestingly, the Bloomberg Mag 7 index trading lower now by 0.4%. The 10-year, 4.44%, with the 2-year, 3.96%. Spot gold up $51 the ounce, up 1.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude, 61.54 a barrel. WTI down by 2.5%. Walmart delivered another quarter of solid sales growth, but it did caution that tariffs and increasing economic turbulence means that the world's largest retailer expects to begin raising some prices this month. Walmart shares after earnings, they are down now by 0.5%. Deal news, we've got Dick's Sporting Goods reaching a $2.4 billion deal to acquire Foot Locker. Foot Locker shares, they are surging by 85% right now. Dick's Sporting Goods down by 15%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyles.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Meantime, here in Washington, specifically on Capitol Hill, the work continues on trying to find a consensus around the SALT cap so that House Republicans can move forward with a floor vote next week, at least that's the goal, according to the Speaker, on budget reconciliation. This, of course, is one of the biggest outstanding issues, as some of those members of the Republican conference who come from blue states are willing to die, it seems, politically on the SALT Hill, pushing for a number higher than the 30,000, which was included in the tax bill that passed through the Ways and Means Committee yesterday. The negotiations continued this morning. The Speaker says they're going to continue through the weekend to try to find a solve here. And, of course, we know that a number of numbers have been thrown out there by members of the SALT caucus, including Congressman Nick LaLota, the Republican from New York, who was with us on the late edition of Balance of Power yesterday, on the idea of 40-80 being the sweet spot.
Maybe 40-80 will be an ultimate proposal. So far, unfortunately, the Ways and Means Committee has not offered us anything anywhere close to that. Sadly, they've been stubborn and not give us anything that we could possibly say yes to. We got to go back home and sell this. And a low 30K cap, when unlimited would come at the end of the year if this bill expires, wouldn't be sufficient for my constituents.
So, again, he's got to go home to New York to sell this. And Congressman LaLota was not having too much of this idea of a cap at $30,000 for individuals, never mind the 40-80 that Kaylee threw out there. It's where we start our conversation with Congressman Marlin Stutzman, the Republican representing Indiana's 3rd District, is with us live from Capitol Hill. Congressman, it's great to have you back on Bloomberg TV and radio. A lot of things need to happen pretty quickly here. We put the pieces together. If we follow the plan here on the timeline laid out by the Speaker, in the Budget Committee tomorrow, Rules Committee picks it up on Monday, you get a floor vote next week. Is SALT the biggest obstacle to getting this done right now?
Well, it's one of them, and Joe, it's great to be with you and Kayla again. It is. There's a lot of conversations happening today, and a lot of last-minute meetings trying to find these compromises. And I understand, that the members from New York, New Jersey, California, those SALT districts, there's a handful of them that represent Republican districts, that this is an important issue for them. My message has been, look, I'm willing to work with you all. I understand. I don't like it because I feel like, here we have Hoosiers from Indiana that are they're not getting the same benefit that these liberal spending states are getting as far as the taxpayers there. But these are Republican members fighting for their districts. I understand that. But I think there should be an offset or a compromise. Let's, defund Planned Parenthood. Let's make some sort of adjustments to the Medicaid waivers. We've got to reduce our health care costs. That's the bigger item that really is blowing up the budget, and we've got to address healthcare costs at some point. So I understand where they're coming from, but let's work together, and I think that can happen.
Well, and we did hear suggestion from the Speaker that if they want to increase the SALT cap, you're going to have to find more spending offsets. Is it your assumption, Congressman, that only really substantially can come with even further cuts to Medicaid beyond what just went through the Energy and Commerce Committee?
Well, we'll see, and we'll find out here. We're going to have conference here in just a couple of hours, and all of the chairmen are going to be reporting to all of the members in the House Republican Conference their work. So we'll know more. But either way, we know that we're on the wrong trajectory, and we've got to find savings sooner rather than later. I think the bigger piece that frustrates me and some other budget hawks is that we're pushing these savings out 4 years, 6 years. We need to do them right away. The DOGE team is obviously going to help with that, but we don't want to see gimmicks. We want to see action now rather than pushing it down the road. We know healthcare is something that has to be addressed. Now's a good time to do it. Making sure able-bodied Americans aren't taking advantage of Medicaid, and making sure that that's really there for those folks who really need it and are vulnerable.
There is an important meeting, as we discuss here, at 2:30 p.m. Washington time. The whole Republican House conference gets together behind closed doors to have this out. Congressman, we keep reading about warring factions inside the conference, a Freedom Caucus that's not getting along with the salty Republicans. Who's going to be the loudest in this meeting, and what will it generate?
Yeah, well, it's a lot like a family discussion. I have 3 siblings, and there was times Mom and Dad called us all together, and we had it out, but we walked out as a family. And I know that's what's going to happen here. Republicans we know what we have to do, making sure the Trump tax cuts are in place, over the next 5 to 10 years, making them permanent if possible. We're going to also focus on the president's agenda. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security and his other items that he has. This is just the meeting that we have to make sure that every voice is heard. And Speaker Mike Johnson has done a good job at that, making sure that every part of our conference is being heard. And I know that's valuable to every person. At least we have the opportunity to go back home and tell our constituents, I made the case, I did everything I could. But we're not always going to get what we want. But I do think at the end, this is a bill that's really important for the American people. It, unleashes our energy production. It's going to focus on, of course, our tax policy, but reducing regulation. It is that big, beautiful bill, and that's why it's a little harder to lift it across the finish line, because there's so many facets to it. But I truly believe we're going to get it done.
Well, of course, it is the Budget Committee on which you sit that is actually going to make this one big, beautiful bill, take all of the disparate pieces that have passed through the various committees and put them back together, scheduled to happen tomorrow. Have you been given any reason to believe, Congressman, that the Budget Committee itself reassembling this could be delayed because of these outstanding issues, or is tomorrow happening no matter what?
I think tomorrow is going to happen no matter what. Any changes could be agreed upon with Speaker Johnson's office or the leadership offices, along with the budget chair and the budget committee. We would make instructions, send those to the Rules Committee. They would have to make the changes before it goes to the floor next Monday. But I feel like there's, some consensus coming together here at the end. Everybody has made their case, whether it's the SALT caucus or whether it's those of us on the Budget Committee making sure we stick to our numbers. And also, we're hearing some good things from the Senate side, that they want to even take up a couple of items that may increase savings even more. At the end of the day, we want to make sure the economy is strong, the tax rates are in place, that way there's confidence in the markets, and then also that the president has what he needs to secure the border and do what he promised the American people. And so I feel like we're all unified around those big principles, and we're going to get there.
Congressman, I want to ask you, as we follow President Trump's travels across the Middle East, he's in Abu Dhabi right now in a bilateral meeting with the president of the UAE. We were struck by news earlier this week that he, in fact, sat down with the new leader of Syria. And it's important as we spend some time with you, because you were there just a couple of weeks ago. You and Representative Corey Mills of Florida touched down in the Damascus suburb of Jobar and spent some time touring the region, meeting with officials. What did you learn? And what's going to happen next in Syria now that President Trump has sat down with its leader and removed sanctions?
Yeah, I think it's a really good opportunity for the Syrian people to see the destruction that the Syrian people had to endure under the Assad regime was just remarkable. It's even hard to comprehend without seeing it, in person and seeing the magnitude of it. Billions and billions of dollars of homes destroyed, families torn apart. And I went with a group called the Syrian American Alliance for Peace and Prosperity. And Corey and I each met with the new president separately, which was nice because we could compare our notes. You're trying to, I'm a business guy trying to figure out, how, what is he telling us that we really can trust this guy. He's got a checkered past of his own, former Al-Qaeda, former HTS. But the Syrian people have been through so much, and they're asking for the sanctions to be lifted. And, of course, the president, which I was impressed by the fact he wasn't asking for military help. He wasn't asking for money from the American people. He was simply asking for the sanctions to be lifted. And the fact that he had a deal, or has a deal, offered to him by the Russians, but he didn't want to take it until he actually talked to President Trump and to America to see if, which direction they're going to go. And we know they're going to go one direction or another. But I really felt, after meeting with them and being in Syria for a couple of days, they really want to be a part of the Western economy. And I think they see what's happening in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE, and the amount of prosperity and wealth that's being built there, that they want to be a part of that. He talked about trade lines, tourism in their country, commerce. So I really felt, the line that Trump used, commerce over chaos, was really applicable here.
All right, Congressman, great to have you back on Balance of Power. This Republican Congressman Marlin Stutzman of Indiana joining us live from Capitol Hill. And we'll have more on the president's trip to the Middle East in just a moment when our political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, join us. That's straight ahead here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got U.S. stocks trading at the best level of the session right now. A 31-point gain in the S&P 500 index, up by about 0.5%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up now by 200. That is a gain of 0.5%. While the Nasdaq Composite Index up 56, up by about 0.3%. Stocks higher as bond yields sank after the latest economic data spurred bets that the Fed will cut rates at least twice this year to prevent a recession. The 10-year 4.43%, the 2-year 3.95%. We do have spot gold now up 1.5%. Gold at $32.25 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil now down 2.5%, $61.60 per barrel of WTI. President Trump says he has asked Apple's Tim Cook to stop building plants in India to make devices for the U.S., pushing the iPhone maker to add domestic production as it pivots away from China. Apple shares right now, little change, down just under 0.1%. Again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, all advancing. S&P up 0.5%. And balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie, we thank you as always, and we'll be back with Charlie Pellet for the latest on the Thursday trade a bit later on this hour as Charlie takes care of markets for us. We're digging into politics here in the nation's capital and abroad as President Trump continues his journey through the Middle East, touching down today in Abu Dhabi. He's inside the presidential palace right now for a bilateral meeting with the president of the UAE and a lavish dinner, not ruling out, at least as of 3 o'clock this morning, adding a stop tomorrow, Turkey, where Ukrainian peace talks are set to be held. Here's what the president said before he left Qatar.
I was thinking about going, but it's very tough because of what we're doing today and tomorrow. But, you know, if something happened, I'd go on Friday if it was appropriate. But we have people right now negotiating, and I think that I just hope that Russia and Ukraine are able to do something, because it has to stop.
The people right now negotiating, mind you, are not principals necessarily. Vladimir Putin, of course, did not make tracks to Turkey at all, instead sending some relatively lower level aides. And while Vladimir Zelensky did head to Turkey and meet with Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, he also, of course, is not meeting face-to-face with these negotiators. So we want to get into this now with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are joining us. Rick, Stonecourt Capital Partner and Republican strategist. Jeannie, Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, when we talked about the prospect of this negotiation, if you will, happening in Turkey earlier this week, you made it clear that it was pretty obvious to you the principals were not ready to all be sitting down together at this point because so little tangible progress has actually been made to get to that point. And President Trump today said, look, obviously nothing's going to happen until I meet with Putin myself. Is that really what needs to happen here first?
You know, it's hard to tell. I can't imagine Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin cutting a deal that's going to be acceptable to the Ukrainians. And I can't imagine a situation where all three of those principals get together to hash it out. And so typically what you would see in this kind of a scenario is, you know, a non-principals meeting, deputies, people like that, get together, try to find common ground, build off that common ground into a deal, and then call the principals in to take credit for the deal, you know, and try to cement the deal. Usually there's one or two issues that only a principal can make a decision on. We're not anywhere near that based on the reporting that we're getting out of Istanbul about the status of these negotiations. And I do think it's interesting that the president went from, I'm going to settle this in the first day of my presidency, to, gee, I hope they can work it out. That is a big difference in approach, and it maybe indicates a lack of confidence by this administration that something's going to get done here on the short term.
Remarkable. Jeannie, are we fooling ourselves to believe that Vladimir Putin would give the U.S. a win in mediating a peace deal with Ukraine?
I think so. First of all, I'm hoping for President Trump's sake that they have a lot of good air conditioning in that palace. It was 100 degrees in the UAE today, so God bless him. Yeah, it's hot. You know, the reality is that they're nowhere close to a deal. Donald Trump said, to Rick's point, you know, 24 hours, 48 hours. Then he moved to a 30-day ceasefire. Zelensky agreed, Putin stalled. Then he moved to meet in Turkey. Zelensky's there, Putin is not. So this is right now all about Zelensky and Vladimir Putin trying to cozy up to Donald Trump and trying to make sure, at least for Zelensky, incredibly important that he shows Donald Trump that he is being played by Vladimir Putin, because he believes strongly that if you look at the recent history, that is what's going on. And he is hoping that Donald Trump gets so frustrated with Vladimir Putin, he pulls the lever on those sanctions they've been talking about, or if not, that he continues arming Ukraine, which we've been doing, sharing important strategic information and other ways of supporting Ukraine in the war.
Well, and to your point, Jeannie, Ukrainian President Zelensky did post on X today that Russia once again demonstrate that it does not intend to end the war, having sent a delegation of rather low-level representatives. Moreover, such a Russian approach, he says, is a sign of disrespect toward the world and all partners. And I wonder if he's intending for one partner in particular, the U.S. and President Trump, to feel disrespected here, Jeannie. We have heard, and Rick was making this point earlier, a bit of a shifting in language of President Trump, not just on the realistic timeline for him being able to broker a deal here, but also the way in which he talks about Vladimir Putin and Russia. Are you starting to see signs of the president feeling a bit disrespected?
Absolutely. And we know, just looking at this amazing trip he's gone on in the Middle East, if you want to get in good with President Trump, you need to show a lot of respect, a lot of pomp and circumstance. A good $1 trillion deal doesn't hurt. And we don't, you know, we are getting signs that the administration and Donald Trump are feeling frustrated with Vladimir Putin. And again, he has talked openly, the administration openly, just in the last few days, about sanctions on Russia. I thought the language he used today of saying there'll only be a deal if I meet with Vladimir Putin was important as well. So he is, you know, hoping, at least from Zelensky's side, that there is some frustration there, and that at least for Europe and Ukraine, that he does indeed start to push Russia more than he has in the past.
Interesting talk of peace deals. There's been a lot of talk of deals on this trip, most of them involving money. Rick Davis, remarkable $1.4 trillion in investments the president announcing today in the UAE. He's actually with Jensen Huang right now. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube, look at this. The president of the United States and the CEO of NVIDIA. Much of this deal-making has to do with high-tech chips. NVIDIA and AMD specifically have been called out here. We've seen companies including Amazon, Cisco, Qualcomm also announcing new deals and partnerships on this trip. Rick, I'm guessing this will, in fact, be the lasting news from this journey. He's got his Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, with him as well. And a fascinating way to do business here, with a sharp contrast to what we saw from the previous administration.
Yeah, certainly this sort of mercantile-focused administration is going to play up the fact that wherever Donald Trump goes, investment into the U.S. follows. And look, I mean, I think it's a great positive that these countries are willing to invest in the greatest economy in the world. So I think these are positives. I would say I'm still struck by the president's comments in Saudi Arabia, where he really painted a geopolitical picture of being also a deal maker on peace in places like Syria, places like Iran, and I felt like that's a massive commitment by this administration on solving age-old problems that have existed for generations in that region. And so if he can find solutions to some of these vexing problems, like relations between Israel and Syria being normalized, and the idea that we could get a nuclear deal out of Iran, that will overshadow over time the deal making that he's doing today.
Well, the president is actually speaking now after his quick chat with Jensen Huang, talking about AI development and the purchases that these Middle Eastern countries are buying things from U.S. companies. He says it's a massive project, will be bought from through the U.S., talking about how this has been a great visit, and that he's leaving tomorrow, destination unknown. So maybe he is still leaving the door open to a trip to Turkey. He says he's probably going back to D.C. not definitively, I guess,
unknown.
going back to D.C. Rick, when it comes to the AI and the kind of chip equipment that we're talking about here that these countries are, I guess, going to be given access to now by the United States, Bloomberg is reporting today about how there are some China hawks, national security hawks in particular, who actually are quite hesitant about this notion, the idea that there may not be firm enough guardrails in place to ensure that the end market actually ultimately isn't China. Are those voices able to win out at all when he wants to be able to tout these deals so badly?
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult issue, especially within the Republican Party, because, you know, we have a group that say no China technology going into the Middle East. We fought them on allowing Huawei in there, you know, to get control of 5G. We've fought them on ports that they wanted to have China come in to develop. And we won those fights, but now it's up to us to determine whether we're going to give them the highest technology, not just technology, but the highest technology available to fuel what is a revolution going on in the region with building data centers, being able to power those, and being able to become more of a digital power themselves. And the question is, this cozy relationship that they've had with China, is that going to result in leakage of that technology into China? And then on the other hand, if we don't give it to them, will China then have an open door to get back into the region? This administration is not going to shut the door on the Middle East. If anything, the last week has taught us that these are relationships that they expect to span decades. And so that opens the door. But there are a lot of Republicans, as you say, hawks on China, who are not happy with the leakage of this technology in areas where they have, you know, strong relationships with Beijing.
Wow. Jeannie, is this the new model here for presidential travel? You show up with half of Wall Street in Silicon Valley. You've got Donald Trump here with Jensen Huang in Abu Dhabi. We saw Elon Musk, Larry Fink, Sam Altman. I could keep going when he was in Saudi Arabia. Is this the new entourage?
Seems to be. I'm not sure future presidents are going to be able to do it in the way Donald Trump seems to be able to do it. He pulls this off. But I do think it is fascinating because if you look at some of the pushback, you know, there is support, obviously, for investments in the United States and what the president has been able to achieve in that regard. But the pushback is coming from some conservatives who are likening the president's entry into the Middle East to what Barack Obama did in his first and second term, when he went over there to widespread criticism and was willing to entertain these kinds of approaches to the Middle East. Now, the world has changed an awful lot since then, but you are hearing comparisons in that regard. And of course, we can't leave out of this discussion, what do they do about Iran and the nuclear aspect of that? That is a huge question. I've been astounded by the fact the president has talked about it openly over there and seems to be saying there's a deal in the offing, but we don't know what that might look like. And Anne-Marie was just talking to you about that. I think that's one of the most important geopolitical issues that he needs to address right now.
Great conversation with our panel, Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributors. We thank you both. With breaking news, Kaylee, on the terminal, that brings us to Coinbase. The New York Times reporting the SEC is probing whether Coinbase misstated its user numbers. The stock right now is down over 7%. It's something that we'll be following for the rest of our program here and throughout the day on Bloomberg. We'll get an update on the markets from Charlie Pellet straight ahead, right here on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are keeping an eye on shares of Coinbase right now. The stock is slumping by 6.6%. This after the New York Times reported that the SEC has been investigating whether the company misstated its user numbers in past disclosures. The Times, citing sources, says the probe began during President Biden's administration and has continued under President Trump. Again, Coinbase right now trading lower. Coinbase down by 6.5%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all advancing. Right now, the S&P is up 22, holding close to session highs, up by about 0.4%. The Dow up 162, up 0.4%, while NASDAQ is up 26, with the NASDAQ Composite Index a gain right now of 0.1%. The 10-year at 4.44%, with a 2-year 3.96%. Spot gold up $42 the ounce to $32.19, up 1.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.5%, $61.60 for a barrel of WTI. After earnings, Cisco System shares now higher by 5.7%. And after the close of trading today, we will be hearing from Applied Materials. Right now, Applied up by 0.9%. Recapping, S&P close to session highs, up 24, up 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Keeping an eye on Wall Street for us here as we come to you live from Washington. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew. This is Balance of Power, where we've been spending a lot of time for the last several weeks talking about an issue that, yes, is omnipresent, it seems, here in Washington, but does have ramifications for markets like New York or other places in which people pay high taxes in some blue states. That, of course, is the issue of the SALT cap. Just where exactly will the state and local tax deduction ultimately end up as Republicans try to find a compromise here so that they can get through their budget reconciliation package ahead of the deadline the Speaker himself has set, Memorial Day. It only leaves them a handful of legislative days, although apparently they're going beyond just the scheduled legislative days. They intend to work on a deal on SALT through the weekend, as Speaker Johnson himself told us earlier today.
I think everyone will say it was productive and that we are moving the ball forward. Everyone has known that the SALT issue is one of the big ones that we have to resolve. It's one of the key pieces of this equation to sort of meet the equilibrium point that everybody can be satisfied with. Not everybody's going to be delighted with every provision in a bill this large, but everyone can be satisfied.
That's where we start our conversation with Congressman Ryan McKenzie, the Republican from Pennsylvania's 7th District, is with us back on Bloomberg TV and radio live from Capitol Hill. Congressman, it's great to see you. We're using all of our conversations like this just to get an update on what's happening, and I'd love to know what you're hearing specific to the argument over SALT, which seems to have ground things to a halt here before all the pieces are put together tomorrow in the Budget Committee. You're from Allentown, I believe. What do the people of Allentown or throughout the 7th District of Pennsylvania think of subsidizing high taxes in blue states?
Well, so for individuals who do face high property taxes in our local community, this is an issue that actually could be helpful to them to bring down their overall tax burden. At the same time, we want to find a compromise and land on a spot where it is not being abused by high-income earners who don't need that assistance. And so what you've been seeing in the SALT negotiations is a raising of the cap from $10,000 up beyond $30,000. That was the latest proposal, but it's still not meeting the needs and demands of folks from New York, New Jersey, California, and other places. And so I think we're going to land somewhere slightly north of that, but there will be income caps on that as well, again, so that individuals who don't really need that assistance aren't in that position to receive those benefits. But you do have to recognize that state and local taxes come in a variety of forms. Sometimes it's income taxes, but sometimes it's property taxes. And so in that instance with property taxes, it might be somebody who is a senior retiring in their home. Their value of the home has gone up significantly over the years, so they're faced with that tax burden, but they're actually not in a position to pay that on an annual basis to stay in their home because they don't have the income to sustain it. So trying to strike that appropriate balance.
Well, and of course, all of this ultimately does come down to balance. What kind of revenue can be lost and what kind of spending cuts may be able to offset that, or where else could you find revenue raisers where you're having revenue reductions? And Congressman, I ask you this knowing you have a seat on the Education and Workforce Committee in the House. One of the ways in which we are seeing a raising of revenue is a dramatic increase in the endowment tax from the current 1.4% to as high as 21%. What is that going to do to some of our higher educational institutions that, of course, not only serve as educational institutions, but research institutions as well?
So that was a change that came out of the Ways and Means Committee. That was a part of their overall tax package. But in speaking with universities, obviously some of them that would be faced with that 21% burden are very concerned about that. At the same time, we do want to see these institutions deploying their capital, not just sitting on these reserves and their endowment. We want to make sure that college is affordable for everybody across the country, and that research, if they want to do that and it can't be helped or sustained by the federal government, we want to see them deploying that capital. And so too much is being put on the sidelines for some of these universities just to simply build up their endowments for the sake of building up the endowments. And that's not what it should be about. Higher education should be about the greater good, employing people that can actually do this scientific research, making sure that American students are getting a quality education at an affordable cost. And the federal government does a lot to subsidize these institutions, not only through student loan repayment programs, but also through academic research and scientific research. Those are good things, but again, you have to have a balance that's struck, and in some instances, these universities are sitting on too much of an endowment, not deploying that capital to do the things that we would expect higher education to actually be doing.
All of this said, Congressman, will House Republicans help the Speaker meet his timeline? Budget Committee tomorrow, Rules Committee Monday, floor vote before you leave for Memorial Day?
That's a great question. I don't have an answer to it. We actually have a conference-wide meeting at 2:30 today to go over reconciliation. There are still 4 or 5 main components of this legislation that need to be ironed out. We talked about SALT, Medicaid, SNAP, the federal employees retirement program, and then a number of other smaller changes are all still on the docket. Those programs and what came out of committee are needing to have some additional work, I think, and we've been advocating for some changes as members. Leadership has been receptive, but now we're going to need to see a manager's amendment in very short order to start making some of these changes so that we can get to a place where we have broader agreement and ultimately get to 218 votes to get it passed through the House.
Well, but timing could be crucial here, Congressman, not just considering this kind of Memorial Day deadline the Speaker has set that isn't necessarily hard, but given the deadline that the Treasury Secretary has warned about an X date that could come in August when you and your colleagues are on your annual recess, he says for that reason the debt ceiling should be lifted by mid-July. Do you see risk here or need for a backup plan to separate a debt ceiling hike out of this reconciliation process in order to avert potentially what could be a catastrophic scenario?
I don't. The debt ceiling should be included in this package, and that timeline that we were given by Treasury does match, I think, even some of the less optimistic timelines for reconciliation to get done. So I think we're still on track to meet that. I don't think there should be any uncertainty about that. But at the same time, the very aggressive timeline that the Speaker set, I think that was a good thing to do. We should be pushing Congress to act. But at the same time, we always, I think, understand that that did give us some wiggle room, some breathing room, that in case things slip in negotiations past that hard deadline up front, we still have time to meet the X deadline in July or August. And so we're on track to do that. I'm optimistic that we're ultimately going to get something done when we'll keep pushing for the Memorial Day deadline, and hopefully we'll get there if those 4 or 5 big main issues that I talked about get ironed out. If not, we do have some extra time in the coming session weeks to get it done.
Only got a minute left, Congressman. I know you're obsessing over the House version because that's your job. At some point, there'll be a vote. It goes to the Senate. Are you worried about what comes back?
Well, actually, I think that should be a key part of our consideration here in the House. We've already heard some of the comments from the Senate and from the White House, and it is important to have alignment between all three of us, between the House, the Senate, and the White House, to ultimately get something done and signed into law to help the American people. So I think we should be taking that into consideration. Now, at the end of the day, it is a negotiation between those three parties. They don't get the ultimate say, so we do want to listen to what they're saying as what their red lines may be or what additions they would like to see. We should take that into consideration while we're doing our work here in the House. And, you know, again, ultimately we'll come up with a product that will actually get through this entire process.
All right, Congressman, thanks for being here on Balance of Power. Republican Congressman Ryan McKenzie of Pennsylvania's 7th District here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you so much. Of course, discussing with us one aspect of President Trump's economic policy, that would be tax cuts. But there are others to consider as well, including his tariff regime that has been very on and off, hot and cold, but ultimately has led to increased concerns around the risk of a recession in the United States. This is actually something that Jamie Dimon, the CEO and chair of JP Morgan Chase, spoke about from Paris today with our colleague Francine Lacqua earlier.
I'm going to defer to economists who give it about a 50% chance. I think all these things are probably inflationary a little bit more and slowing down the economy. If there's a recession, I don't know how big it'll be or how long it'll last. Hopefully we'll avoid it, but I wouldn't take it off the table at this point.
Wouldn't take it off the table. And as we consider the fate of the U.S. economy, that is the subject of a new Bloomberg opinion piece out by Bloomberg editor-in-chief emeritus Matthew Winkler. You can find it on the terminal or online. It's entitled, "Is It Too Late to Salvage the U.S. Economy?" Matt, when we look at the U.S. economy, the data we got in hand today from PPI to retail sales, when we look at the incredible recovery we've seen in the equity market in the aftermath of Liberation Day on April 2nd, it's almost like it never even happened. Where do you see evidence that it indeed might be too late?
Well, you see it in an equity market, the U.S. equity market, that is underperforming the world. The last time the U.S. equity market stocks underperformed the world was 2009. And if you recall, that wasn't such a great year. It was the beginning of the end of the financial crisis, and we had a long recovery from the Great Recession. So to go from what The Economist and the Wall Street Journal separately last year before voters went to the polls said, the U.S. economy is the envy of the world, to what Jamie Dimon refers to as a possibility of recession, is quite a dramatic change from where we've been.
So is this stock market whistling past the graveyard?
Well, far be it from me to say that, and hardly qualified to. But what you have seen is price fluctuations that are unprecedented. For example, these wonderful Magnificent Seven stocks, Apple in particular, in just a matter of months, lost a record amount of money in the stock market. That had never happened to Apple since it was founded in 1976. So this is the 49-year-old maker of the iPhone, and suddenly it is experiencing volatility in the market that it's never seen before. And it wasn't the only one, of course. You saw that with Meta, Alphabet, and all these other stocks. So the volatility is a, if you like, symptom of the uncertainty and the chaos that has been triggered by what you referred to earlier as the on and off tariffs. 145% initially for China, now it's back to 30-something%. But this kind of instability that is fostered by the tariffs has created uncertainty that we didn't have at the end of last year.
Well, and of course, it's one thing to look just at stocks, but there's other asset classes to consider here as well. Looking at the bond market and what's happening in foreign exchange, which is flashing the most glaring warning signal? Well,
the bond market that you mentioned hasn't underperformed the world since 2017. And if you recall, that was the last time Trump was president. So it's been quite a while since U.S. bonds have been underperforming the rest of the world. And that, of course, is happening as we speak now. So even though there's been this recovery as if it didn't happen. It really has happened in the sense that people have gone through something that is quite traumatic, and that's got to have some kind of lasting effect. The other thing is the foreign exchange market is also reflective of this chaos that was caused by the tariffs, because you had this period of the 100 days where the U.S. dollar fell, depreciated against every major currency in the world. And of course, we haven't seen that in quite some time.
He is Bloomberg's editor-in-chief emeritus with a great piece to read on the terminal and online. Matt Winkler, we thank you so much for the insights. Matt, Kaylee, he quotes the head of the Port of Los Angeles, Gene Soroka, who's been on the program many times with us, reminding us we could have a major reality check when it comes time for back-to-school shopping.
Yeah, well, and Walmart warning of that today, talking about you're going to see higher prices in the month of May if you aren't seeing them already. That, of course, is just one story we're continuing to follow here on Bloomberg. We'll be back for more on what's happening both on Wall Street and in Washington in the late edition of Balance of Power at 5 p.m. Eastern. In the meantime, Bloomberg Business Week Daily is straight ahead here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Businessweek Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Businessweek Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
A very good afternoon, everybody, live from the Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. It is a Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We're on TV, we're on YouTube, we are on Bloomberg Radio, we are on Bloomberg Originals. I'm Tim Stenivek, that is Emily Griffeo. She is in for Carol Masser this afternoon. She's from the Bloomberg News Cross Asset team. Emily Griffeo, how are you?
I'm happy to be here, Tim. Thanks for having me.
We are happy to have you. You will be here tomorrow as well, rounding out the week, heading into the weekend. Before we get there, though, we do see stocks higher. We're going to get more details from Charlie Pellet in just a minute. Also, front and center for us is all the economic data that we got earlier today. Michael McKee stopping by in just a minute to tell us what we need to know and understand the impact that consumers are already feeling from tariffs.
And speaking of tariffs and the consumer, Walmart today warning that price hikes are coming from Trump tariffs. And Dick's is going to buy Foot Locker. Dana Telsey stops by to go deep into all of the news on retail. And finally, how one publicly traded med tech company is dealing with tariffs and the uncertainty in this economy. The founder, chairman, president, and CEO, this is all one person, Tim, of Inspire Medical Systems is going to be joining us.
All right, looking forward to that. All that and more coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome on board. We got the Thursday program underway with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing right now, holding very close to session highs on the S&P 500 index, right to the numbers now with the S&P climbing by 18 points, up 0.3%. Dow Industrials also up 0.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index just about flat on the day, up barely now, up by 0.5 point. The 10-year yield 4.44%, the 2-year 3.95%. Gold up $42 the ounce, up 1.4% now, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.3%, 61.68 a barrel. Traders driving stocks higher, bond yields sinking after the latest economic data spurred bets that the Fed will cut rates at least twice this year to prevent a recession. Whole lot more on the economic data coming up with our Michael McKee in just a moment. Developing story we brought you last hour, keeping an eye on shares of Coinbase. The stock now down 6.6%. SEC probing whether Coinbase misstated its user numbers, that according to the New York Times. Walmart, after earnings, is falling now by 1.2%. Other big news from the retail group, Dick's Sporting Goods reaching a $2.4 billion deal to acquire Foot Locker. Shares of Dick's, they are down now by 14.9%. Foot Locker, though, surging by 84.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that setup, Charlie. Do appreciate it. We'll be hitting Foot Locker and Walmart and Dick's with Dana Telsey in just a few minutes. Before that, though, a slew of economic data hitting this morning, offering us a little bit of a glimpse on what we're starting to learn about the hard data and tariffs. We've got a Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent, Michael McKee, in the Bloomberg Business Week studio right now. Mike, we got a lot of data. We got manufacturing, PPI, initial jobless claims, industrial production. We got data related to housing today. Are we starting to see, finally, the impact of tariffs?
We're starting to see finally the impact of tariffs. We've been talking for a long time about the soft data and the fact that people have been looking at consumer sentiment and CEO sentiment, and they've been feeling lousy about the way things are going to go for the economy. And everybody's question is, yes, but does that carry over into their behavior? And we're starting to see some evidence that it might. It's not overwhelming yet, but we're just getting started here. You look at retail sales. They were up only 0.1%. And then, that was in part because car sales fell back after everybody pulled forward to get ahead of tariffs. And that was the case with several other things. But overall, goods were unchanged. It was services that went down in the PPI. But in retail sales, what we're looking at is the control group, which is the stuff that goes into GDP, excluding things that are counted elsewhere in that measure. And it fell by 0.2%, and we were looking for an increase there. So people may have started pulling back on their spending. And when you look at the breakdown, it was department stores, clothing stores, food stores, just not people seeing declines, basically. And then with PPI, as I mentioned, the services went down by 0.7%, while goods were unchanged. And within services, it was all trade services, which is margins for retailers and wholesalers. So it looked like they're starting to absorb the cost of tariffs ahead of trying to raise prices.
Okay, so the distributors are not passing on the extra cost of tariffs to consumers.
Yeah.
That's what the PPI showed us. Yet. That seems like the important word here. When is this going to change?
Well, it's going to depend on the individual companies. Smaller companies will have to start raising prices sooner. We saw the Empire Manufacturing and the Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Indexes out today with their prices paid indexes both hitting multi-year highs. And so they're having to pay more money. Walmart is a big company. They said today we can absorb this for a while. But mom and pop's grocery store isn't going to be able to do that. So we should start to see it ramp up as the tariffs go on, because it doesn't look like they're going to be a whole lot less than they are right now, which in this suspension period.
You mentioned Walmart, certainly one part of the story, the largest retailer, and they have the ability to absorb some of those costs. When do you start to see those costs passed along to the consumer outside of Walmart? Like when you're thinking mom and pop stores, when you're thinking other areas of the economy?
Well, it could happen very soon. I was talking a week or so ago with an executive at one of the big candy companies, and he said, we are already seeing people, their business is very much point of sale, impulse purchases. And he said, we're already seeing people just backing off from that. We're having less sales at that point because they're saying, well, I don't really need that, and it's gone up in price, so I'll wait. And that will start to translate as we go along. It'll be really interesting to see grocery stores and grocery store prices, because that's the thing that people notice as much as anything other than gasoline. And we know gas is going down for a lot of other reasons, but groceries, when we start to see prices go up for imported things.
Well, what should we look at specifically there? Fruits and vegetables, the types of things that we can't get here in the U.S. I mean, we saw what happened with eggs in the most recent data. Those prices are actually coming down, but you're saying things that we import that we can't necessarily grow in the U.S.
Yes, fruits and vegetables are the first thing that comes to mind, because we do get a lot of those. We're getting into the U.S. growing seasons, but we get a lot of the off seasons.
New Jersey tomatoes, getting ready for those.
New Jersey tomatoes, Long Island corn. But there'll be some other categories, some of the beef categories where this kind of flew under the radar with all the other terrible things happening these days. But they've stopped beef imports at the southern ports in the United States because of screwworms.
Yeah.
Yes. And apparently those are extremely dangerous. And so, you'll probably see beef prices, which are already high because the cattle herds are small, go up even more. And so people will start to complain about that now that we're getting into barbecue season.
So this sounds like it's making Powell's job difficult, prices potentially going up, but also the economy weakening. We saw traders today betting on a more looser policy. Rates are down majorly today when you look across the yield curve. What is that impulse correct, that this is going to mean that the Fed lowers more aggressively?
It's not right. It's not wrong yet. It's too early to say. The markets bounce around on every little data point and every little remark from a Fed official. The direction is probably right in the sense that you look at what the markets are doing and you say that overall that seems to be the view of people in the bond market. But we don't know whether inflation's going to go up faster or unemployment's going to go up faster. Companies are reluctant to let people go because of what happened trying to hire people coming out of the pandemic. So that might be more slow. So if inflation starts to go up, then they're going to, faster than unemployment suggests we're slowing down, then they're going to wait longer. So it's really too hard to say right now where markets should be, because we don't know what the Fed's, the conundrum that's they're actually going to be presented with is.
Hey, Mike, just 30 seconds. Tomorrow, University of Michigan?
Yeah, it'd be an interesting follow-up, because we've been talking about how people were, their confidence and sentiment was poor, and now they've shown us a little bit of concern about spending in the retail sales numbers. So let's see if their confidence remains poor, or if the president's flip-flopping on tariffs and holding periods influences them in any way, and influences their view of what inflation expectations are going to be.
Mike McKee, international economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg TV and radio, here in our Bloomberg Business Week studio. Mike mentioned retail sales, and that's exactly where we want to go right now. Let's bring in Dana Telsey. She's founder, CEO, and chief research officer of Telsey Advisory Group. Her specialty, all things retail. Dana, I want to start with Walmart, even though this is not a company that you particularly follow. One of your colleagues does that. But the company did say that it is going to pass along costs to consumers. Not yet, but soon. We saw shares fall. How do you take the results that we got from the company today in the context of what we know about tariffs, and also the way that you've been talking about potentially empty shelves in the next couple of weeks?
A couple things, and thank you very much for having me. First of all, if a company like Walmart, with the size and scale of Walmart, is going to raise prices because of the external environment out there, what does it say for all the others? So everyone, given the headwinds of rising costs that are out there, price increases are coming. However, it may be selective. It's not going to be across the board. It'll be, you can call it surgical, whatever word you want to use. It'll be surgical in what it is. But I've even heard, we have this price tracker where we've been tracking 80 items, and it comes out every Tuesday, same 80 items. And we have seen, of the 80 items we track, around 20% of them have had a price increase each week. And it changes. Sometimes there may be a promotion, sometimes there's an event. But just on a tracker basis, price increases are coming. There's a reason why, in my mind, there has been some pull forward of sales.
The tracker, this is fascinating to me that you have this tracker. Is there rhyme or reason to the types of products that are being that are increasing in price?
Well, we track the same items every week, and they're legacy items, whether it's a pair of Levi's or it's a Barbie doll, whatever it may be. There isn't a rhyme or reason, but what's happening is that we expect, when we heard about these tariffs, we need a way to be able to track it. And so this way, look what Walmart just said, prices increases are coming. Let's see what this tracker shows in the next 4 weeks in terms of pricing. So it's very interesting.
Michael McKee had mentioned, the difference that we're seeing in the soft data and the hard data, that consumers are saying that they're really pessimistic, but we're not necessarily seeing that yet in hard data or earnings reports. Do you agree with that thesis, or are you seeing pockets in some of these earnings reports that consumers are feeling the pain?
A little bit of each. When you think about where there's been a slowdown, luxury brands, there's been a slowdown. You take a look at the high end, LVMH reported a negative 3% same-store sales decline. That's typically weaker for an LVMH. You're seeing other companies that are brand leaders at not the luxury price points, but where there's brand leaders, where there's innovation. Look at today's results that came out of Birkenstock. You had a high teen sales increase. You increased the guidance for the year on sales to the high end of the previous range, 17% plus, and you increased your adjusted EBITDA. What do they have? They have newness and innovation. At the same time, I met with Tapestry on Tuesday. I met with Levi's yesterday. Tapestry and Levi's and Birkenstock, heritage companies with authenticity that are reinventing their product. You know what they're doing? They're capturing a younger consumer. And companies like Coach, which is owned by Tapestry, a 15% increase in average unit retail selling price. Why? It's new and different.
Emily and I are smiling right now because on our editorial call this morning, I said we have to ask Dana about Birkenstock. Shares are up, 6%? You were on surveillance with Tom Keene and me last week. We asked you to name one company to watch. You said it was Birkenstock. You called this. Why are you bullish on Birkenstock?
Because their footwear overall has wide appeal. You have the flywheel of younger customers that are being attracted to the brand. It's not just open-toe sandals, it's closed-toed shoes also. You look at the expansion opportunities they have with their own stores. They only have around 10 stores in the U.S. They have wholesale accounts who have stores, but of their own. You take a look at Asia, which is a rising market for them. You look at the fact that they bring in goods, they're made in Europe. Yes, they have tariff exposure, but not the as significant tariff exposure. And look at their adjusted EBITDA margins. I mean, you're in excess of 31%. I don't have many companies that are generating mid to high teen sales increases with increasing EBITDA margins in an environment where there's uncertainty. But you're seeing it a little bit in footwear. You look at some of the other brands, Saucony, 30% increase in sales by Wolverine worldwide. Merrell up in excess of 13%. So newness drives demand.
Yeah, Merrells are having a comeback. I've seen a couple Merrells on the streets of New York City. And that was like a shoe that
That's
I wore
what I like to hear.
when I was like a child, but they're coming back. You know, Dana, I was looking at the S&P 500 sectors, the group levels. What was the top performing this year so far? What's the worst? Consumer staples is one of the best performing groups. Consumer discretionary is one of the worst. How are investors supposed to invest in the consumer space at large? How should they be thinking about kind of the direction of travel
When you
those
think
two
about
areas?
when you think about exactly the difference with staples and discretionary, staples is essentials. It's what you need, not what you want. And when you think about this environment where we don't know what the price increases are going to be, we've all seen the backward-looking data of consumer confidence, and so they're being careful. And so with staples, that's careful. With discretionary, it feels you have spending power. There's always the old adage that goes, when the stock market goes up, people feel great and spending can happen. When the stock market comes down, you know, mind the hatchets, you know, be careful. And so look what we've had over the past 2 months, that's what you've had. Companies in the consumer area are reporting first quarter earnings now. When you look at Walmart and what's to come, if they're saying prices are going up, that's going to be the mantra going forward.
We got to get you to weigh in on Dick's buying Foot Locker. Dick's shares down about 16% right now. Foot Locker higher by 85%. But that's still, you know, going back to like just a few months ago. I think those are like December levels that we're seeing. What does it say to you? I mean, this is the end of an era for Foot Locker. This is a company that's been a public company since 1980. What does this M&A mean to you?
So overall on the M&A, where's the scale and where's the synergies? Foot Locker on its own is taking a long time to undergo this transformation, even under a well-recognized, well-respected CEO, Mary Dillon.
She came from Ulta, right?
Did great things at Ulta. Ed Stack, basically, you know, legacy Dick's, his father founded it, Lauren Hobart. They basically reinvented what Dick's was with Dick's House of Sport. You talk to every real estate landlord, what do they all want? Dick's House of Sport. Why? Because it brings traffic. What's the difference between Dick's and Foot Locker? The customer base of Foot Locker, the 18 to 25-year-old guy. The customer base at Dick's could be more families. What do you get with both of it? And granted, the stock is down because the certainty of the execution at Dick's as Dick's alone was there. And you could basically see the path of growth with House of Sport. Putting it together, there's work to be done, transformation to be done with Foot Locker, gives them more buying power. Let's see what Dick's does, because what Ed Stack says is he's got the vision. He had the vision before with House of Sport. Let's see what he can do with Foot Locker.
Just 30 seconds. Sounds like you're optimistic. This is a good deal.
I think it's the valuation. Basically, it's six times and 17 times PE. It's not bad from that spectrum. What is it, time length, and can you keep the focus on Dick's and Dick's House of Sport while you're integrating Foot Locker is the question go forward.
All right, Dana, appreciate you joining us from Talk Retail. Not a better voice out there. Dana Telsey, founder, CEO, Chief Research Officer of Telsey Advisory Group, joining us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Taking a look at what's happening to equities right now. Up 0.2% on the S&P 500. The NASDAQ Composite down 0.3%. The Dow higher by 0.3%. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, we're sticking with tariffs. We're talking to the CEO of a publicly traded medtech company on how they're dealing with trade uncertainty with tariffs. And yeah, they just reported earnings last week, too. That's next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got NASDAQ selling off now, down 60. Last update, we told you NASDAQ was higher, but right now it is down 0.3%. Keeping it in context, the S&P up 12. Little change now, up by about 0.2%. The Dow up 149, up by about 0.4%. We've got the 10-year currently yielding 4.45% with a 2-year at 3.96%. Spot gold up $45 the ounce, up 1.5%, and West Texas Intermediate crude now down 2.4%, 61.62 a barrel. Traders driving stocks higher as bond yields sink after the latest economic data spurs bets that the Fed will cut rates at least twice this year to prevent a recession. United Health Group shares are plunging following a report that the insurer was under criminal investigation for possible Medicare fraud, adding to an already tumultuous week. Shares of United Health down now by 13%. We're also keeping an eye on Coinbase global shares. Right now, Coinbase is down 6.5% after the New York Times reported that the SEC has been investigating whether the company misstated its user numbers in past disclosures. We'll have a whole lot more coming up in just about 15 minutes from now with Bloomberg Stacey Maria Schmel. She'll be joining Bloomberg Business Week Daily to talk about what's happening with Coinbase Global. Recapping, NASDAQ lower now by 0.3%, S&P up by 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie, thanks so much for that update. I really do appreciate it. Well, as we mentioned, companies just day after day in the most recent earnings period have been pulling their guidance. They've been lowering their expectations for earnings per share. One company last week, though, doing the exact opposite of that. Inspire Medical Systems reported, and they actually kept their guidance for revenue. They raised their EPS guidance. We've got Tim Herbert with us right now. He's founder, chairman, and president of Inspire Medical Systems. It's a med tech company. It specializes in devices for sleep apnea. Tim joins us from Minneapolis. Tim, what's working for you? Why, in the face of so much uncertainty, concerns about trade, and we'll talk about that in just a second, why are you actually increasing your guidance for EPS?
Well, thank you so much for having us today. I think if we stay focused on the patient, we stay focused on the outcomes that our therapy can deliver to help people with obstructive sleep apnea. And with that, we know the demand for therapy is quite high, and we can show a continued growth as long as we continue to add to our innovation and continue to focus on the patient. Now, we can seek sustained growth going forward. And now that we're a profitable company, we can increase our guide on our earnings per share as well. So the future's in front of us. We really just remain focused, and we can continue to see growth moving forward.
Tim, you said in your earnings that most of your products are currently sourced and assembled primarily in the U.S. And I'm wondering to what extent that has helped the success of the company right now.
Well, I think that's certainly true. I think that we want to make sure that we provide the best possible products for our patients, and being an implanted product is the highest level of quality that the products have. And so we're able to really make sure that we source our products, make sure that we assemble them. And in the United States, we can really control the quality of that. And we can really stand behind the products as we move forward. So we watch the tariffs, of course. We watch the trade discussions going on, but where we are right now, that's rather de minimis to our business today. And again, we can remain focused on the patient.
You got to explain to us how this product actually works, because you have the first and only FDA-approved implant to treat this type of sleep apnea. I think a lot of people hear sleep apnea, they think of masks. What's an implant? Where does it go?
Well, let's start with what is obstructed sleep apnea. And is when you're sleeping, your airway actually restricts airflow. Therefore, you're not getting proper oxygen into your lungs and transition to the bloods. And so you have a low oxygen level in your blood during sleep, and you're not getting restful sleep during the night. And I think most people know somebody who may wear or been given a mask that they put on their face at night. It's called a CPAP, or a continuous positive airway pressure. And the method is to blow pressure that continuously holds your airway open while you sleep, preventing obstructive sleep apnea. But of course, as you can imagine, by having an apparatus on your face and that constant pressure, there's a percent of patients, up to 50% of the patients just cannot tolerate that therapy. And it's necessary to treat obstructive sleep apnea because the risks of stroke or heart failure, high blood pressure, or even diabetes, and it's been shown to be causal for early mortality. It's important that patients receive proper treatment. Knowing that patients with CPAP are unable to tolerate that therapy, what we at Inspire did is we created an implantable product that works inside your body. And we provide mild stimulation to the hypoglossal nerve, a nerve just underneath your chin. And so when you breathe in, we stimulate the tongue and hold the tongue open while you breathe, preventing the sleep apnea events. Over the years, we were approved in 2014 by the FDA. We're the only product approved in the United States. And today we have treated over 100,000 patients with Inspire therapy. We're proud to say that a patient in the United States receives Inspire every 15 minutes. And just this week, we announced the 5th generation of Inspire. This is the Inspire 5, the 5th generation. You can see I have a small device that works inside your body. And now we're working with well over 1,000 clinics and hospitals in the United States to get them under contract so they can offer the 5th generation product to their patients.
I'm curious if it's so effective, if patients are saying that they would rather use this than the mask, why isn't everyone in the industry going to this implant model over the CPAP mask?
Well, CPAP has been around for quite some period of time, and it's a very prevalent therapy. But you're right, with the number of patients out there, we know we're very lightly penetrated in the target market of the patients that we wish to serve. So we're continuing to grow. Since we went public in 2018, we've shown a 58% CAGR in our revenue. So it's been a very steady growth and adoption in the number of patients that we can treat. And as we talk about in 2024 is our first year of profitability. So we can continue to grow the adoption of the therapy. We really, again, focus on the patients and having very high level of therapy outcomes. And that's going to really be the impetus for further growth in the future. And we will see additional companies developing competing therapies, because I think the therapy adoption is becoming quite well aware, and people are really adopting to it.
Tim, you've been in the business for a long time. Even before this, in 2007, you spent over a decade at Medtronic, and this is where Inspire spun out of. You've spent a lot of time working with the FDA. The FDA right now, under HHS Secretary RFK Jr., looks a lot different than the FDA under previous administrations. What have you noticed as differences that your team has experienced or encountered with this FDA versus other FDAs?
Yeah, I think what's most important is making sure you set a good plan to execute and demonstrate safety and efficacy of your products. Make sure that you work in concert with your partners at the FDA so they understand your strategy. They understand the trials that you're embarking on, and then be able to be transparent and show them the data that can prove that your therapy is efficacious, as well as your ability to manufacture, produce, and replicate those same results as you move forward into the market. And with that, that's the one common thread with FDA that remains where it needs to be. That the FDA knows what their jobs are. Yes, there's stress points with the FDA, especially with the concerns over their budgets and do they have to cut back here or cut back where. But I think the FDA really understands what's important, and to be able to really be able to evaluate products. And so our team has good relationship with the FDA because they are transparent. We're provide all the necessary data to them in a timely manner. They understand the items for which we will be submitting to them, so the FDA can plan their resources appropriately as well. So yes, I understand the FDA is under strain, but they're also working really hard to continue to deliver the proper reviews necessary for these medical devices.
So you're still confident in the FDA despite the changes that we've seen at HHS already?
The FDA knows their job. They know how to review product. They know how to ask the necessary questions to get the proper products out in the market. They are under stress, as we talk about, with concerns over the budget. And how can we control the budget a little bit more, yet still be as effective in getting the reviews out there? So at least in our part of the world and the medical device side, I think the FDA knows their role, and they're still able perform those proper reviews.
Tim, what about insurers? Do you think that the insurance companies are a constraint on more widespread adoption of the implant?
Well, I think, again, with the insurance companies, they also take scrutiny, just like the FDA, to make sure that the products that they cover do have the proper safety and effectiveness, and to ensure that their customers, the patient, have the benefits expected from the products if the insurance companies are being asked to pay for it. So again, we are very transparent. We make sure that we continually monitor our progress, continue to publish on the safety and effectiveness on the new generation of products like the Inspire 5 device. And so we can give that information also to the insurance companies and be transparent. So they really understand that they know if they're going to cover an Inspire case, that they know the patient can expect a high patient outcome and a benefit with the therapy. So again, they're doing their jobs too. They're under a lot of strain as you just talked about in the prior segment. And it's really hard for them to keep focused on covering the proper patients and making sure companies like ours are staying on our toes to make sure that we are delivering the highest level quality to get the best patient outcomes.
We're speaking with Tim Herbert, founder, chairman, and president and CEO of Inspire Medical Systems. Tim, we wanted to speak to you today also about health and the association with sleep apnea and health. So curious now how people with the age of Apple Watches, Oura Rings, other devices that help measure sleep, if that tells them and those devices tell them that they may have sleep apnea, and then they don't have to go spend the night in some sort of sleep study, sleep lab.
Right. It's so important that we talk about the 3 pillars of life: are diet, exercise, and a good night's sleep. And so now with the technology so available, people are just provided information on their own health, on the number of steps they took, their caloric intake, and also how well did they sleep. And your Oura Ring will give you a little bit more precise information than your Apple Watch will. Your Apple Watch may tell you to, maybe you might want to call your doctor to have your sleep evaluated because you may have sleep disorders such as obstructive sleep apnea. Sleep physicians today have many, many more tools available to help assess sleep apnea. In the old days, as you referred to, you'd be brought to a hospital bed and put wires all over your body, and they tell you, now go to sleep so we can evaluate you. It's just not a comfortable environment to get a really accurate measurement of the quality of your sleep. So today there's many home sleep tests. It's just a simple pulse oximetry that will go on your fingertip to measure how well you're sleeping and if you're having obstructive events. And then we can use things like the rings and the watches, and there's even sensors that come in some mattresses that will tell you how good your sleep is and are you having obstructive events, to be able to monitor success of therapies such as Inspire. And so I think the advent of technology for sleep is just beginning. It's really going to grow. And we like to leverage that technology to help monitor just how successful Inspire is with our patients. Again, focusing on patient outcomes, knowing that we want sustained benefit, because with sustained benefit of treating obstructive sleep apnea, it can have a reduction in some of those comorbidities. And that's what's a really important factor. So if a patient's going to use a therapy, they need to show they're adherent to that therapy, and they need to show that therapy is effective. That's what these tools and these watches and these rings, that's what it's bringing to the patients. And the patients want to be a part of their own solution. So they are able to monitor how well they're sleeping and how well their bed partner is sleeping as well. And that's the greatest source of identifying sleep disorders is the bed partner, because they're right there. They see the patient, they're snoring, or they stop breathing. Having an obstructive sleep apnea event. So it's fun to watch the technology evolve, and we want to make sure that we remain a part of that.
Americans seem to be better at monitoring the sleep. The sleep tech is getting better. Just last question, Tim, do you think Americans are sleeping better? Are we getting better at sleep, or are we getting worse? There's a ton more distractions these days.
There are, but people are becoming so much more aware of it and aware of how important it is to get a good night's sleep. And if you have sleep disorders, to make sure that you get proper treatment and proper care to monitor or receive and monitor how well that treatment is working for you. So yes, as we're aging, the muscles relax a little bit more. You tend to have a little bit more snoring and a little bit more obstructive sleep apnea. So it's important that we monitor our sleep. It's also very important to make sure we maintain a good sleep hygiene, that you have consistency and when you go to bed and don't have the distractions in the room, and get a restful night's sleep, but measure how well you sleep because the tools are available. And more importantly, if your bed partner is not having a good night's sleep or consistently snoring or having that breakage in breathing patterns, that they be seen by their family practice doctor, by being referred to a sleep physician and being evaluated, because the causal effects of untreated moderate to severe sleep apnea is really detrimental. In fact, again, highlighted earlier on, the risks of comorbidity are even quite severe. So yes, I think America's sleeping better and will continue to get better as technology advances and provides information to guide that process.
Tim, appreciate you taking the time and joining us. That's Tim Herbert, founder, chairman, president, and CEO of Inspire Medical Systems. It's publicly traded, about $4.5 billion market cap, joining us from Minneapolis. I'm looking right now at shares of Coinbase. They're down about 6.5%. They fell as much as 8.9%. This is after the New York Times reported that the SEC has been investigating Coinbase, whether or not it misstated its user numbers in past disclosures. I want to bring in Stacey Maria Ishmael. She's executive editor for crypto and payments. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. What do we know about this?
Well, I think the first thing we know is, and this is going to come as a surprise to a lot of people, is that the SEC has not, in fact, dropped any and all of its potential enforcement actions against crypto companies. You know, there was a move over the past couple of months for this very important financial regulator to say, hey, when it comes to crypto, we're largely not going to be looking into most things. So it was interesting to see, you know, both the New York Times story and then the confirmation statement from Coinbase that this was an ongoing investigation coming out of the Gensler era. At a time when I think a lot of folks in the industry had thought, okay, good, all clear, there's no hangovers and we don't need to worry about anything.
Is there something different about this case than the cases that have been dropped?
I think one of the key points is it does relate to sort of a very bread and butter SEC issue, which is, are you being accurate and transparent in your disclosures? And at heart of it is this idea that according to the SEC's allegations, or I should say according to the allegations represented in the New York Times story, Coinbase had previously used a verified user figure of 100 million, which they stopped using a couple of years ago, and according to the SEC, that figure was initially misleading.
So this is the second piece of news that we're getting in regards to Coinbase.
Just today, right?
Just today. This morning. Okay. Yeah, yes, totally.
There was also a reported hack. Tell us what's going on with that.
Yeah, this one is arguably a bigger deal in that it's happening now and it affects very sensitive customer data. So Coinbase put out a statement and a regulatory filing earlier today that hackers had targeted some of their overseas kind of contractors and workers and offered them bribes to steal sensitive customer data. Now, when we're talking sensitive customer data, we're not just talking about email addresses and passwords. It's like photographs of your government ID, you know, things people would have had to submit to verify their identities. In some cases, it was, you know, physical addresses, mailing addresses. You know, so you can imagine with those government IDs, it's also things like date of birth. There might be other forms of contact information. So that is, you know, in a moment in which crypto companies have been on a kind of a charm offensive since President Trump was inaugurated to say, you know, hey, crypto is safe, it's reliable, it's the future of finance. To have something that comes in and sort of reminds people that crypto companies are high value targets for hackers the timing is a little bit challenging for them.
Well, speaking of timing, I mean, Coinbase probably wanted us talking about their inclusion in the S&P 500 this week, which was remarkable given the fact that we saw the stock move higher by 24% on Tuesday as a result of the news that it would be included in the S&P 500, replacing Discover of all companies.
Which, you know, I think is kind of exactly what we're talking about here. You know, if you think of Discover Financial as like the bastion of what some people in crypto would like to call old finance or traditional finance, and then kind of this crypto exchange coming in and being like, we're the future of finance. And then, you know, the news cycle is like, time out. Some reminders about the risks embedded in innovation.
Does it, I don't want to ask you if it taints the moment at all, but for me, the news earlier this week about its inclusion in the S&P 500, it felt really symbolic as a recognition that this asset class was being recognized as a blue chip, essentially.
Yeah, and I think one of, having been somebody paying close attention to this for a minute, one of the things that really struck me is that feels like it happens all the time. Like, Emily, you remember when we were doing stories about the Super Bowl of crypto, when you had FTX and others being like, come join, do these amazing things. And then what happened to FTX very shortly after? It filed for bankruptcy. Sam Bankman-Fried was in handcuffs being accused of massive fraud. And so crypto goes through, much like crypto prices themselves, these moments in which that long-awaited day for many executives is institutional acceptance, retail acceptance, and Tim, to your point, this idea of we are a legitimate asset class. We are a contender. You should take us seriously. And then something happens in the market where they're like, or here are some bad things that could happen instead.
But it's interesting because now that if they want to be treated like a public company in the S&P 500, they're going to be up to the scrutiny of just like any other public company. So I thought it was a very interesting point that you made in the beginning, that this SEC probe, it's not unique to crypto companies.
Certainly not. And, we're in an interesting period in which crypto companies, when they're being scrutinized, it's not because of the assets underlying them, right? It's more like you are doing big company things. This is the big company behavior we expect.
Stacey Marie Ishmael, executive editor for crypto and payments at Bloomberg News. You can check out the entire team's reporting on the Bloomberg terminal and, of course, at Bloomberg.com. Let's get a check of the markets and business news. Here he is, Charlie Bell.
Hi, thank you very much. Higher for the S&P and the Dow, lower for NASDAQ. Talking about Coinbase, the stock now down by 6.3%. We've got the S&P advancing 24 points right now. That is a gain of 0.4%. Dow doing a little bit better, up 0.6%, but NASDAQ in the red right now, down by about 0.1%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index down 0.8%. Of 1%, with a 10-year at 4.45%, a 2-year at 3.96%, and gold now higher by $47 the ounce, up 1.5%. Again, recapping here, stocks higher, S&P up by 23 points, up 0.4%. Applied Materials after the close of trading. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks for the update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. When he speaks, Wall Street takes note. We're talking about Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan, who spoke exclusively to Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix at JP Morgan's annual Global Markets Conference in Paris. He told Francine that recession remains a possibility as the tariff fallout continues to hit global economies.
We have all this uncertainty. Some preceded the new administration, like we had large deficits, interest rates going up, inflation going up, and some are, tariffs and things. And of course, the geopolitical situation is very tense, very difficult, and hard to resolve.
Okay, so if you forget projections, numbers, what's your hunch? Is the U.S. going to go into recession or not?
Look, I'm going to defer to economists who give it about a 50% chance. I think all these things are probably inflationary a little bit more and slowing down the economy. If there's a recession, I don't know how big it'll be or how long it'll last. Hopefully we'll avoid it, but I wouldn't take it off the table at this point.
If you look at, the trade war and then the somewhat reconciliation between the U.S. and China, does it hold?
I think it's the right thing to do is to back off of some of that stuff, to have an engaging conversation. I'm grateful they did the U.S.-UK deal. It's an agreement in principle, so, there's a lot of uncertainty still, and there's a lot of uncertainty still in the China thing, but at least we started. It obviously calms down the markets. That's not the reason to do it, but the markets, do vote and something like that, and so you'll still have uncertainty to resolve. There's 90-day triggers and a lot of these things, and hopefully they will be resolved. But they're complex. I don't expect immediate resolution, to the satisfaction of everybody in 90 days.
But you expect markets to settle from here because we have a little bit more of a blueprint, or could volatility pick back up at any second?
Markets are quite unpredictable. I think there's a lot of uncertainty out there that you can't discount. War in Ukraine, terrorism in the Middle East, Iran. Huge deficits, our tax bill, which I would like to see a good tax bill passed. The tariffs, the reaction of countries to tariffs. The EU and the UK are about to negotiate, and I think they have a chance to actually develop a great relationship, partially making up for, the disaster that Brexit became. And so, yeah, those are uncertainties. You can't eliminate them because you want to.
But what are your biggest clients saying about this market volatility? Have they made money on the back of it?
Yeah, some do and some don't. And volatility could be good or bad depending on who's facing it. So, but I would expect continued volatility. I think it's a mistake to think we can go through all the things we're going through and the volatility itself will calm down.
Has it been good for J.P. Morgan? What's your trading revenue looking like?
Yes, because when there's volatility, this is a very simplistic way to look at it. Spreads gap out and traders make more money if there's more volume. So we had both this time, more volatility, more volume. But very often when you have a lot of volatility and spreads gap out, there's much less volume. So you've seen examples where there's good volatility and there's bad volatility. This one happened to be good. The next go around may not be so good.
Jamie, when it comes to financials, I mean, a lot of, I guess, non-bank entrants are making quite a lot of way. Citadel, Jane Street. Is that a concern for the banks? Should it be a problem for the banks?
I wouldn't call it a problem. They're both clients and very capable. But I've always had the view there are a lot of competitors out there, and all the major banks are back. I think that's a good thing for the world. Maybe not so much for J.P. Morgan. You mentioned those two. There's Apollo. There's a lot of fintechs, some very good ones. There's Stripe, there's PayPal. Yeah, my view has always been the same. I tell the management team, assume competition. Assume they're coming at you in every angle. Assume they often have their own strengths, sometimes their own weaknesses. They won't all do great, but yeah, I think they're, some of these people are gaining quite a bit of share in parts of their business. We still are too, by the way. So, we're in the fight. We're not losing out very much, but that doesn't mean you won't lose out tomorrow because you're winning today.
Well, there you have it. Jamie Dimon of J.P. Morgan Chase with Francine Lacroix Thursday at J.P. Morgan's annual Global Markets Conference in Paris. That was just part of the conversation. A lot more headlines, including some more volatility, more trading volume lately. That certainly matches up to what we've heard from some of the big banks. But also, Emily, he was asked by Francine about the work from home rant that went viral recently.
That's right. And he said that his emotions may have ran a little high, but he didn't say, oh, that's all right, you can work from home. He said you still have to come in to the office, but maybe he emoted a little bit when he was asked about comments that he had made a couple months ago.
Yeah, this was a town hall discussion back in February. It was in Columbus, Ohio. At the time, he was asked, and he made waves for his response to a question about an online petition that some workers had launched to appeal his bank's recent return to office mandate. He got visibly frustrated and he cursed during his remarks, and he said he didn't care how many people signed. On Thursday, though, he said the question was a legit one. He said, quote, I gave it a very detailed answer about why it doesn't work for young people, why it doesn't work for management, why it doesn't work for innovation. This is working from home. He said, I completely applaud your right to not want to go to the office every day, but you're not going to tell J.P. Morgan what to do.
You got to applaud a leader who has their principles and has their rules and sticks to them. J.P. Morgan told employees to return to the office 5 days a week earlier this year. If you don't like it, don't work for him. That's his attitude.
Maybe I'm biased because I have to do this in an office, but I much prefer coming into an office. I think it's a completely different experience. You run into people you don't necessarily run into. You have conversations that you don't necessarily have. You get to know people instead of over Slack and Zoom in person. I think it makes a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, there's some benefits to hybrid. I like a hybrid, but,
All right, we'll be doing this from the studio. Coming up next, Stocks on the Move. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Tim Stenovec. Carol Masser is off today. Emily Griffeo from the Bloomberg News Cross Asset team is here in her place. I'm Tim Stenovec along with Emily Griffeo. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. Joining us now is Bloomberg News Deputy Team Leader for U.S. Equities, Jess Menton. She's here with our stock movers. Hey, Jess, what's on your radar today?
So I wanted to do something a little bit under the hood of the surface, because the last couple of days, things have been waffling around, even though the S&P 500 eked out a gain yesterday, and now it's trying to, hold on to those gains into the closing bell. So I looked more closely at what happens with dividend-paying stocks, because they are outperforming the market. If you look at kind of the top three sectors here, whether it's utility, staples, also real estate, typically those ones that do well in lower volatility environments, obviously the VIX below 20, and then known for those steady payouts when it comes to dividends. And so unfortunately, they don't have a big weighting in the index. So the top three weightings in the S&P 500, not surprisingly, you'd have technology, consumer discretionary, and then you also have financials. So when you have weightings like this that are below 10%, far below that, all three of those indexes for when it comes to those sectors rather are actually below 5% weighting in the index. So even though they're doing well and they're outperforming, it's really not going to move the needle that much. One of the companies I was keeping a close eye on, and that's AWK is the ticker symbol on that, up 4%, so on pace for its best day since March 7th. And then another one would be Procter & Gamble, so PG, the ticker symbol on that, up more than 2%. And then Coca-Cola, usually have to, one of Warren Buffett's favorites, of course, KO, the ticker symbol, up more than 3%. So this really comes on the back of the manufacturing and the retail sales data that we had earlier this morning, and then also kind of boosting the bets that we potentially could see maybe 2 rate cuts if you're looking at the swaps markets right now. So you're seeing those dividend payers that had been underperforming the broader market this year, particularly since the low back in April, starting to pick up some steam here.
Are these types of stocks typically seen as havens, though?
They are. What's interesting, though, is utilities can... It's almost like because of what happened with the AI play last year, you kind of have to break it up, because if you're a data center business, you're viewed very differently, like a Vistra, something like that. That would one of the best performers in the S&P 500 last year. American Waterworks, I mean, that's a water utility type company. So that's more of like when you think of haven type names. I wouldn't say necessarily it's like a safe haven type trade. It's just you had so much of a big bounce here. I mean, the S&P 500 is up close to 19% since that April 8th closing low. And if you looked at the Dividend Aristocrats Index in the S&P 500. So those are companies that have increased payouts for at least 25 straight years. That's actually up just 10% in that span. So you're seeing kind of these more unloved corners starting to pick up steam. And that's some calls that actually trading desks like Citi as well as JP Morgan, they were thinking that small caps as well as maybe hardware stocks and some of the durables might pick up steam just in the short term. It wasn't like a longer term play that money managers would use, but it was one of those spots that they thought that they could see a little bit of outperformance here in the next couple of weeks.
In the longer term, it seemed like consumer staples companies have been a good place to hide out from the economic turmoil, we could call it. But Walmart is down a ton today.
What's interesting about Walmart, too, because that was trading like a growth stock coming into this year. So if you kind of think back to what happened when they reported their results back in February for the last 3 months of 2024, that stock had been up over 70%. The only 2 Mag 7 stocks that outperformed it was Tesla and Nvidia in that span. Then, of course, it trimmed its guidance for this year. And then you come in and then they report this morning. So there were some bright spots for the first quarter, but that's more backward looking. But you do have its chief financial officer suggesting that those price hikes could come potentially as soon as later this month. So some of it, when you think about Staples and Walmart, I mean, how much of it is, concerns about potential economy versus a stock that had been really outperforming not just its peers, but some of these growth stocks. So it wasn't necessarily trading like a staple stock or a value stock for a while. It was trading more like a growth stock. So that's something that when I'm talking to a lot of money managers, they're still talking about. It just became kind of an outsized position in some portfolios earlier this year, and that's when they started trimming it.
It's pairing losses. I said it was down a ton. It was down as much as 5%, but it's actually now down only 0.8%.
Yeah, and it's tricky because not all of the retailers are housed in the staples sector. They're also in consumer discretionary, and that's one of the laggards today. But also you have to point out that Tesla as well as Amazon are both in that sector too, so weighing on discretionary.
Okay, before we let you go, Deere, John Deere, the green tractor. You're looking at that today.
Yes, DE is the ticker symbol, up about 4%, actually trading at record, so it's above $500. It actually had fallen as much, close to 20% back in August. That's during the carry trade unwind here. But that stock is jumping even despite a guidance cut because management lowered its net income forecast by 2% for this year. But that was actually nearly 1% above consensus estimates on Wall Street. So even though you have Deere being a net exporter, it still imports products from Mexico and Europe. So people were watching that because it's so closely tied to what happens with what farmers are doing, as well as being the world's largest machinery maker. So it's a big tell on the economy. So the fact that it wasn't as bad as feared with the ties to tariffs, that's why you're seeing that stock trading at records. So that would bode well for the economy if you see a stock like that doing well.
Bloomberg News Deputy Team Leader for U.S. Equities, Jess Menton with Stock Movers. And for more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Well, if you're sticking with us on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, we got a great program coming up. John Tozzi on the other side, talking United Healthcare down yet again. I think it's an 8th day in a row that shares have fallen. You got the news there. Coming up next on Bloomberg TV, it's The Close. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Heather Bosch. Police deaths misclassified. CBS's Stacey Lynn has more on a critical audit out of Maryland.
Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown says the audit uncovered at least 36 in-custody police deaths that should have been classified homicides.
These findings have profound implications across our justice system. They speak to systemic issues rather than individual conduct.
The audit was spurred by concerns about former state medical examiner Dr. David Fowler's testimony in the death of George Floyd. And they found others under Fowler were unlikely to classify a death as a homicide.
If the decedent was black or if they died after being restrained by police.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
The mother of a boy who was allegedly planning a school shooting in San Antonio, Texas, has been arrested and is now facing terrorism charges. Police Chief William McManus.
The mother assisted him in buying that tactical gear for him and bought ammunition. Provided him with magazines and ammunition to load those magazines up.
It's not clear if the boy brought the gear to school. He was detained off campus. The U.S. Supreme Court today heard arguments stemming from President Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship. He says judges' rulings temporarily banning his order should only apply to the states they were made in. CBS's Jan Crawford.
The Trump administration is arguing that they don't under the Constitution, that one federal judge can't dictate national policy. But the people who are challenging birthright citizenship say that is ridiculous because this is the exact kind of case where you need to have a nationwide ruling. It's a national issue. You're going to have people in different states having different rules for U.S. citizenship.
Dangerously high temperatures are keeping many Texans indoors. CBS's Omar Villafranca is in San Antonio.
Officials are telling people to avoid strenuous activities outdoors in the hottest part of the day, usually 12, 1 o'clock, till 6 or 7 in the evening. They're also saying watch out for signs of heat exhaustion, dizziness, nausea, and also take breaks to get out of the heat.
U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says deferred maintenance is to blame for problems with the nation's air traffic control system. He told members of Congress.
The system we currently use, it truly is 25, 35, 40 years old in some places. We should have paid way more attention to it as a country. We've let it age, and now we're seeing the cracks of that age play out in real time for us.
Recent problems include 3 communications blackouts at the airport in Newark, New Jersey, and a lack of air traffic controllers at times. This is CBS News. the internet's having fun with the move to rebrand Max to what it used to be called.
The move to return to HBO Max has been mocked on social media. One suggests bringing back the old HBO movie intro. Another imagines white smoke emerging from a Warner Brothers tower when the decision was made. Max got the message too, calling HBO a symbol of high quality, but also posting a line from its show True Detective.
Everything we've ever done or will do, we're going to do over and over and over again.
Steve Kathan, CBS News.
For decades, Harvard University thought it had a cheap copy of the Magna Carta it bought for less than $30. It's worth millions. Researchers say it's a rare version from the year 1300. The original Magna Carta, established in 1215, that the king is subject to law. It's formed the basis for constitutions worldwide. I'm Heather Bosch, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily, with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Emily Griffeo. It's not Carol Masser. She's out today. I'm Tim Stenovec, live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York. Hour 2 of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We're going to have much more on the markets from Charlie Pellet in just a second, but suffice it to say that traders are driving stocks higher and bond yields are sinking. We got a slew of economic data this morning. It spurred bets the Fed will cut interest rates at least twice this year to prevent a recession. More details in just a minute. One stock on the move today, Emily, is United Health Group.
Yeah, United Health Group plummeting today following a report that the insurer was under criminal investigation. We're going to talk with all the details with John Tazi next. We're also going to talk to the CEO of a publicly traded dairy healthcare company, Lifeway Foods. If you've ever had kefir,
Kefir,
maybe it's
kefir,
from Lifeway Foods. We're going to ask how to pronounce it. Kefir, apparently. She's working to push back on a takeover attempt from a larger rival. We'll get all the details later.
Also, Trump's freebie Qatar jet is a nightmare scenario in spy world. Jamie Tarabby joining us a little later in our program. All that and more coming up over the next 2 hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. We got 54 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell, and got to keep it locked into Bloomberg to see how things shake out right now. The Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. NASDAQ in the red, though. Do want to begin with another developing story involving Coinbase. Hackers had access to customer data since January. It was a topic we were just discussing right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Coinbase shares now down by 6.6%. The other major story today involving Coinbase, it says it is cooperating with the SEC on user metrics probe. Stay with Bloomberg for the very latest on Coinbase. Again, Coinbase down now by 6.5%. Stocks are moving higher with the S&P up 21 right now at 59.13, up 0.4%. Traders driving stocks higher as bond yields sink after the latest economic data. The Dow up 250 now, up 0.6%. NASDAQ lower by 51, a drop there of 0.3%. The 10-year at 4.45%. The 2-year 3.97%. Spot gold is trading higher by 1.5%, $32.24 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, $61.78 for a barrel of WTI. J.P. Morgan Chase economists currently put recession odds in the U.S. at about 50-50, and CEO Jamie Dimon told us earlier today it's still a possibility with trade policy unresolved.
I think all these things are probably inflationary a little bit more and slowing down the economy. If there's a recession, I don't know how big it'll be or how long it'll last. Hopefully we'll avoid it, but I wouldn't take it off the table at this point.
J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon. Walmart after earnings down now by 0.8%. Dick's Sporting Goods in the process of buying Foot Locker. Dick's Sporting Goods down 15.2%. Foot Locker is up by 85.6%. Recapping, S&P up 16, up 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. United Health shares down 12.3% right now. They plummeted as much as 19% earlier in the session. It followed a report that the insurer was under criminal investigation for possible Medicare fraud. It adds to an already tumultuous week. John Tozzi is Bloomberg News healthcare reporter. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Hey, guys.
John, the Justice Department had a probe into the company's Medicare Advantage business since at least last summer. This is according to a report in the Wall Street Journal. The journal cited unidentified people familiar with the matter. What does this mean? What's going on here?
Yeah, and so to be clear, the company has said that they have not been notified by the Department of Justice of this investigation, and they have said they stand by their Medicare Advantage business. So we don't really have a lot of details right now, and we know that there have been previous reporting on a civil fraud investigation into UnitedHealth Medicare billing practices.
That's completely separate from this?
I mean,
or would it be the same type of business? Is it the same business?
I don't think we know. I mean, the same business, yeah. And, I mean, potentially similar business practices that are, at issue in both of these reported investigations. But, this is coming off, as you know, a tumultuous week for the company. They pulled their guidance and replaced their CEO just 2 days ago. So the stock has already taken a beating even before this news.
Yeah, United Health shares have dropped every day for the last 8 trading sessions, and the company sank more than 17% on Tuesday. What is the biggest problem here?
I mean, I think so this is a company, just to step back for a minute, that was reliably beating earnings quarter after quarter after quarter for years, right? They were kind of regarded as rock solid by Wall Street, and had a long-range plan of growing EPS 13 to 16% a year over the long term. And then in April, they missed their earnings and cut their guidance, which is something that this company just never does.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the first shock. Then less than a month or about a month later, they withdraw the guidance entirely and replace the CEO. So you've already kind of shaken investor confidence. People don't have any numbers to go on. And then on top of that, you see this headline that just sort of, I think, triggered another round of people rushing for the exits.
How much of United Health's, I'm not talking about these problems specifically, but problems before today, perhaps even problems over the last few months, how much of it has to do with negotiations with the government?
So it's less negotiations with the government and more, the way the programs that it makes a lot of its money on are structured. United Health gets 40% of its revenue from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, which runs Medicare. Most of that is through private Medicare Advantage plans that people choose to enroll in, so you can get your Medicare benefits from United Healthcare or from, Humana or from other private companies.
And this is not supplemental. This is
not supplemental.
If you qualify for Medicare, you can buy it through or get it through a separate company or the government.
Right. Well, and it's still a federal benefit. It's just sort of flowing through United Healthcare, so they're getting essentially a premium from the government for your care. So one of the things that's disrupted the company, and this has happened, really over the past 2 years, is costs in these plans have increased more than they anticipated. So that's put some pressure on earnings, even coming into this latest quarter where they've seen a real acceleration in costs.
Was this like one guy with an Excel sheet who got a number wrong?
I mean,
because this is a company that is separate from the other companies that offer this, in that they're getting hit a lot harder than the other companies.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen some other companies blow up in recent years. I mean, Humana had a big earnings miss. A lot of the problems at CVS's Aetna unit. CVS replaced its CEO last year basically because they had underwritten Medicare Advantage so badly they were losing money on it. So it's not unique to United Health looking at recent history, but the magnitude of the of the miss and or the whatever's going on, is pretty shocking to Wall Street, and especially a company, 400,000 employees, incredibly sophisticated data technology. This is not supposed to happen there.
So you write that they had been focusing on Medicare for, it seems like, quite a while now. Where does UnitedHealth go from here? Are there alternative plans to try and grab profit in maybe other sectors of healthcare?
Medicare and Medicare Advantage plans have been driving growth and profits throughout the health insurance industry for years, not just at UnitedHealth, although United is the largest seller of those plans. That's not going away. That's not going to stop. And actually, government reimbursements through the program under the Trump administration are looking to get a little bit better than they have been in the past couple years. So that's sort of a tailwind for them in 26 when those payment rates come in 2026. So, there's still, I think the organization is still going to be heavily oriented toward Medicare, but they've clearly got some problems to work through.
What's the analyst community saying about the woes over the last few days? I mean, this is a company, if you look at the stock, it's down more than 50% just in a few days.
Yeah, I mean, most analysts had a buy rating on UnitedHealth going into this event. Price targets have come down. I think in general, the reception from the sell side is that, the new CEO, Stephen Helmsley, who was previous CEO for about a decade and then was board chair in the interim, that he is someone who knows the business thoroughly and is capable of, turning it around. So in general, just given the circumstances, I think they seem fairly positive on that decision.
It's down 55%, Emily, since April 11th.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, it feels like the public, Americans, are against insurance companies. You can look at the internet support that rallied around Luigi Mangione in the wake of the alleged shooting of one of the executives. I'm wondering if that weighs on the stock, just general public dislike of companies like UnitedHealth.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has certainly been, I think, a factor in the public perception of the company in the last 6 months, and I think that has weighed on the stock, even kind of, before the recent, earnings guide down and withdrawal. I mean, listen, that event is sort of unlike anything any other company has gone through in recent memory. I know it's traumatized people there. It is a really hard situation to operate a business in. It's a difficult business to manage to begin with. How any of that kind of contributes to the performance, I don't think we know.
John, we started our conversation with the news that shares were down today following a report that the insurer was under criminal investigation for possible Medicare fraud. Just in the last 30 seconds, remind us what the company has said about this.
Yeah, so they have said that they have not been notified by the Department of Justice about the reported criminal probe and that they stand by the integrity of their Medicare Advantage program.
Okay, John Tozzi, Bloomberg News healthcare reporter, joining us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Once again, shares of UnitedHealth Group right now down 11.7%, down as much as 19% earlier in the session, but that decline of more than 54% from April 11th. Wow, so that's just...
when the rest of the market has rallied.
Oh, I should correct myself. That was that's a month ago.
Yeah.
So not a few days ago.
Right.
Just had my months mixed up. A quick correction. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow, the S&P both higher, NASDAQ in the red, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. That's ShipStation.com with the code Bloomberg. S&P right now up 16 points, 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. That is a gain of 0.3%. The Dow up 257 now, higher by 0.6%. But the NASDAQ Composite Index does remain lower, now down by 82, drop there of 0.4%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index down 1.5%. 10-year 4.44%. The 2-year 3.96%. Gold up $48 the ounce. That's an advance of 1.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.1%, 61.81 a barrel. Fed Chair Jay Powell says policymakers are weighing changes to keep parts of the framework that guides their monetary policy decisions. The changes would include how the central bank thinks about shortfalls in U.S. employment and approaches its inflation target.
In the current review, the committee is engaged in discussions about what we have learned from the experience of the past 5 years. We plan to complete consideration of specific changes to the consensus statement in coming months. We're paying particular attention to the 2020 changes as we consider discrete but important updates reflecting what we have learned about the economy and the way those changes were interpreted by the public.
And Fed Chair Jay Powell, and we do have a developing story headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service to bring you, according to the Wall Street Journal, Meta Platforms delaying the rollout of its flagship AI model, Behemoth. Again, that headline right now from the Journal, worth repeating. Meta Platforms delaying the rollout of its flagship AI model, Behemoth. Stay with Bloomberg for the latest on this developing story. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, it is today's big take. It's one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. It's about who is poised to benefit from the atomic energy revival. It's not Japan. It's not Russia. It's not China. It's not the U.S. or any country in Europe. It's South Korea. Will Wade is Bloomberg News energy reporter. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Will, we're going to get to your big take in just a second, but we got to update everybody about why you have not been in this chair for 3 months. You did a job swap. You've been in Tokyo, but you've also been traveling as well.
Yeah, they sent me to Tokyo for 3 months. It was a job swap program at Bloomberg. I highly recommend it if you get the opportunity. But I also did spend a week reporting all up and down South Korea to see their nuclear industry, and that's what we wrote about for this story.
Yeah, you and the team crunched the numbers. So a Bloomberg Business Week analysis of the more than 400 planned and proposed nuclear reactors around the world show that South Korea is positioned to win business with as many as 43% of them. So it sets the country up, you and the team, right?
Yes.
To become one of the biggest exporters of atomic tech over the next decade. Why is South Korea doing this so well?
So the thing about South Korea is they built their first reactor in the 70s. They've got 26 now. They just never stopped building them. They've been doing this for decades nonstop. I mean, you think about nuclear, you probably think about the U.S. because we invented it. We have more reactors here than anyone else.
We do.
We
still?
do, yeah. Well, for a little bit. China's going to pass us probably by 2030.
Wait, more operating reactors?
More
like currently operating reactors.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. And also, you might think about France. It's the most nuclear-powered country on Earth. They get like 70% of their power from electricity. But in the U.S., the industry pretty much just stopped after 3 Mile Island in 79. We lost that expertise of building power plants. France, similar story. After Chernobyl, there was a lot of public opposition to nuclear power. They also kind of halted the industry for a while, and it's tough to come back once you stop that. Meanwhile, Korea just kept building them and building them and building them. They only were building them in Korea, but they've got that expertise. They just never stopped the industry. And then about 2009, they won this huge contract to do 4 reactors in the United Arab Emirates. And they did it. They did it on time. They did it on budget. Meanwhile, here in the U.S., we finally finished a new project last year. It was like massively over budget, massively late. France just opened a new reactor last year, massively late, massively over budget. They're doing one in England, massively late, massively over budget.
I'm sensing a theme here.
It's a theme. And meanwhile, people are like, wait, who did that project in the UAE? Who pulled that off nicely? The South Koreans? So now they're getting a lot of attention. They just got awarded a contract last year in the Czech Republic. It's not finalized yet, so it's not a done deal. But when the Czechs looked around, they're all like, let's go with the Koreans. Everyone thought the French were going to get the deal, but nope, they went with the Koreans because they've got this reputation for just doing it right these days.
So what we're mainly talking about, most of the business is manufacturing the parts for reactors in South Korea and then they export them to other countries?
No, we're talking about...
Or they're also building plants that are stationed in South Korea?
That's another part of the whole thing. We're talking about everything. They manufacture the parts in South Korea. They've got companies that build them wherever in Korea, in the UAE, in the Czech Republic. They got their own homegrown design now. So it's really beginning to end. Everyone in Korea works together. They call it the Team Korea approach.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we're going to, here in the U.S., start using
Team America?
Yeah, well, I mean, if they can do it under budget and on time, or on budget and on time, and we can't, can we outsource this? Can companies in the U.S.
hire the Koreans to do it here?
Yeah. Like, how are they doing projects for the Czech Republic? How are they doing projects for other countries?
You know, the whole export industry for nuclear is a big thing. I mean, the Americans are trying to export American technology around the world. The French, everybody wants it. It's not just a company selling things. It's a diplomatic thing. It's a decades-long relationship with servicing and fueling. So it really is a diplomatic relationship to get into business doing nuclear power for companies. So that's why, in fact, that's why we're starting to see less Russian and Chinese in other parts of the world. They're a little reluctant to work with them. And the Koreans, they're kind of seen as like more neutral.
I feel like I have to ask, the next natural question would be about tariffs, and potentially the United States is pushed towards de-globalization. Does that impact the nuclear supply chain at all? And is that an issue for South Korea or not as much?
It's not so much an issue when South Korea wants to do business with anyone but the U.S. I did talk to a company there that's working on a project here, and they told us, yeah, it's going to make that project in Michigan more expensive. It's going to make electricity more expensive for Michigan people because the parts are coming from Korea.
Emily was talking a little bit earlier about, in this story, the supply chain and this network effect of being able to effectively build these reactors in Korea. What allows the country to do this? Like, what are they doing right?
They collaborate really well. And it starts at the top.
What do you attribute that to, though? Is it organizational? Is it cultural? Is it based on a history of the way that companies have worked together?
I think it's kind of all of that. I think there's some cultural things. I think partly it's, you know, they have the chaebols, these huge conglomerates that make everything.
Like a Samsung, for example.
Samsung, LG, Hyundai actually is the company that I talked to a couple of different units of Hyundai here. So they're used to sort of all being the same corporate umbrella, even if they're different companies. And there's not that many of them, so they've been working together for decades.
So you were in, oh, sorry, go ahead.
And I was just going to say, I think it maybe helped that it's a smaller country.
That's true.
It's easier to manage things.
The United States is quite large. I just did a transatlantic flight. It was long. You were actually in South Korea.
Yeah.
How close did you get to the manufacturing plant? Did you go inside?
Yeah, I went.
You're not glowing, so that's a good sign.
Well, I went to this factory in Changwon. That's this all the way down on the south. It's near Busan, and we went to this factory. It's operated by a company called Doosan, and they've got this thing that's called a forging press, where they take red hot chunks of glowing steel and just pound them into shape, and they use this to make the big reactor vessels for nuclear power plants, but they do everything else. I mean, when I was there, they were making the propeller shaft for a cargo ship, and it must have been like 4 feet wide and like maybe 50 meters long. And it was red hot, glowing steel, like 1,000 degrees. I could feel the heat from 50 feet away in another room through an observation glass.
Wow.
And they're just pressing on it with like hundreds of thousands of tons of pressure.
Will, I mentioned that you were in Japan for the last 3 months.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about that and the state of nuclear power in Japan. I think people, at least of a certain age, might think of nuclear power in Japan and think immediately of Fukushima.
Sure.
But what is the state of nuclear power, nuclear energy in the country?
So the story in starting after 2012, right after the 2011 Fukushima disaster, was very simple: no nuclear power. They used to get about a third of their electricity from nuclear, and after that disaster, they shut all of it down, which was really kind of a problem for their electricity system. They've gradually been restarting them. I think they have about 14 up and running now. They're working toward restart some of the others, but as you pointed out, there's strong public opposition. Here in America, you get a lot of public opposition to nuclear power from some environmental activist groups. It's much stronger in Japan, and they're the ones that'll say, "Hey, we've got a real reason to be concerned about this." It's not just theoretical in Japan, so people feel it very strongly. But you know what? I met with some college kids there, and they were super pro-nuclear kids. In Japan, they called themselves nuclear youth advocates. I'm still working on a story about these guys, but they were just really enthusiastic. And I'm like, not everyone in the country feels this way. And they're like, oh, we know.
Are these kids maybe they're 20, 21 years old? So
Yeah.
back in 2011.
Right, they were in grade school. They remember it.
So
but
they
were
remember
still
it,
kids.
but okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, they were like, yeah, I remember when my dad put on the TV when that happened. He said, this is important. I'm like, okay, but I wanted to watch my anime.
And then, culturally in South Korea, did you feel like there was a stigma, or there was generally there was more acceptance of
absolutely
energy?
Yeah, I mean, Korea still gets, I think, is it 60% of its power from fossil fuels?
Mm-hmm.
And Japan, it's very heavily fossil fuel powered as well. So they're really conscious that if they need to get carbon emissions out of their power system, nuclear is one of their few options.
Will, we're glad you're back. It sounds like you had an amazing trip. You didn't bring me any goodies, but that's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Next time you're gone for 3 months.
I brought some goodies, but the rest of my team ate them last week.
He brought goodies, but they've been eaten. Check out his story. It is today's big take. It's on the Bloomberg terminal. It's written along with Hee-Soo Lee. It's all about the winner of nuclear's $9 trillion comeback. It'll be South Korea. It's a Bloomberg exclusive. This Bloomberg Business Week analysis, it's pretty awesome. Check it out. It's on the terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Coming up next, we're driving to the close. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow higher, the S&P advancing as well. NASDAQ, though, in the red. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. But right now, let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are trading mixed right now, with the Dow currently up 243 points. S&Ps are higher by 13, and NASDAQ is lower by 0.5%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.45%. Gold is in the green, oil is in the red, and Bitcoin, that's lower by 0.4%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were utilities and consumer staples. Consumer discretionary was under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Cisco and IBM, while UNH fell 12% and led to the downside. In the tech space, Facebook to delay the rollout of its flagship AI model. And in other news, Chubb is buying back $5 billion in stock. After earnings, Walmart was little changed, while Deere traded to an all-time high. And wrapping things up, Applied Materials and Take-Two report after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney, to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
TikTok is what Carol Massar says.
Oh.
We got about 18 minutes to go.
TikTok, we got 18 minutes to go.
Until the close of trading.
I can't even try to be Carol. She is just so great. She's in another league.
You know
so
what?
I don't even try.
She is indeed the best. Everybody loves her, and they love her for a reason. She's back on Monday, but we are also very happy to have Emily Grafeo in for Carol, Bloomberg News cross asset reporter. Thank you. You were not even scheduled for both of these days. I want to say you jumped in at the request of many people, so thank you.
Well, I'm happy to be here, and it's time for the drive to the close. One of my favorite segments, because it's all about markets as we get into that 4 o'clock hour. We're joined now by Matt Miskin. He's co-chief investment strategist at Manulife John Hancock Investments. He joins us from Boston, and they have about $870 billion in AUM. I want to start with the data, because we got a ton of economic data. The PPI, traders seem to like that this morning, but it was really a mixed bag. What did you make of everything that we saw this morning?
We actually saw some more disinflationary data, and the markets have just been hypnotized, under hypnosis, where the markets have not cared about the disinflationary data we got this week. The 10-year Treasury yield is down a little bit today, about 8 basis points, but still pretty much elevated around 450. And what we're also seeing is some good corporate earnings coming out, especially in the United States. But again, what the markets have been focused on have really been politics. So this hypnotic trance that's been driven across markets has been follow politics, not fundamentals, not inflation. So it's been an interesting day. Some of this stuff is shaking off a little bit. But overall, still one where disinflation is not driving down yields like it used to.
Right. I'm wondering how you're kind of talking clients through what we've seen in the equity market over the last month, because we've rebounded almost 20% in the S&P 500 since the April 8th low. How are we supposed to interpret that? Is that investors saying, all the worst case scenario fears when it comes to geopolitics influencing markets are over? We're out of the woods on that?
It was almost like it was a dream at this point, a bad dream. But what we really focused on in talking to clients is it wasn't fundamental. We kept looking at initial jobless claims throughout the whole thing, did not see a rise in unemployment. We did watch high yield spreads widen some. That was the thing that we kept focusing on. It got to about 350 on high yield spreads. That's kind of a measure of liquidity, borrowing costs for lower quality companies. That rose a bit, but then it came back down. We leaned in a bit. We actually said, look, high quality U.S. stocks are on sale for the first time in a number of years. We would actually take a look at this. And so we leaned in a bit. But now we're kind of back to the same problems we started the year at. We're at 21 times forward PE. The earnings estimates for 2025 have been trimmed. They're now high 8%. They were 14% at the beginning of the year. And so we're kind of back to where we started, where we're sitting here saying, hey, stocks are kind of expensive. Yields are elevated. Bonds are actually cheaper. And we actually are saying, look, now is a great time to look back at income driving potential out of the bond market and stocks. If you leaned in, great, but we'd probably wait to add at these levels.
When would you start to add? I mean, would you have to wait for earnings next quarter for these maybe perhaps levels to be justified? Or do you think we'll actually see a buying opportunity in the next few months?
So we use the economic cycle still, and this economic cycle is one for the history books. It is as unusual as ever, but you know, we're still at elevated interest rates. You know, I kind of think of the old cream or cash rules everything around me, only this one is rates rule everything around me for modern day. And so rates are still elevated. We think the Fed is in essence behind the curve. They're still relatively tight. And in our view, you're going to have to see a new economic cycle really start with a lower interest rates, housing to recover. You know, after we're seeing housing data, that was another thing that came out today. The NAHB housing index really hooked lower. And so we're being patient here. We still do have equity allocations. We actually think Europe is a bit rich here after this huge run. We probably redeploy some of those assets into high quality US stocks that are on sale. But in terms of overall equity exposure, we're looking for the end of the cycle, a resetting of this cycle. And we did get volatility. We could nibble. But for kind of a more all-out increased equity exposure, I think we need to see a better valuations and the start of a new economic cycle.
Okay, so I have to ask about buying bonds right now. If you look at the TLT, this is the long bond ETF. If you run COMP on the Bloomberg terminal, it shows you total return. I looked at every single time period on this function, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3, 5, 10. Right now, it's negative total return every time period. So how do you convince clients to buy bonds right now? Is it staying at the shorter end, or is it hold your nose and expect that hopefully we won't see this negative positive or negative return in the future?
Yeah, and you know, often the best investment opportunities are ones that have actually fallen in price. You know, the price is really, and the yield are the only things you can control in terms of when you buy. The 30-year bond yield is flirting with about 5%. That's of the highest since 2006. If you can lock in 5% for the next 30 years, we actually don't think that's going to be a bad thing. Now, the long end offers a lot of volatility. And this is something that, you know, the volatility in the long end has really increased. We haven't gone that far out on the curve. We think you can get it done from the short to intermediate part of the curve, take a little bit of corporate credit risk, mortgage-backed securities, and we're yielding at just over 5% right now in a lot of key strategies. So in our view, 5%, and again, you're focusing on something that just experienced one of the biggest bear markets in the history of the country. If I said that about stocks in 2008, you would say the same thing. Hey, the 1, 3, 5, 10-year in stocks in 2008 were terrible. That was one of the best buying opportunities in history for the U.S. stock market. So we're trying to think about where we are today, the value that's there today, and what we're looking at 3, 5, 10. We know the trailing performance isn't as good. Hey, the stock market's up 15% annualized over the last 5 years. That's great. Maybe that's a lot of valuation that's in that. And we actually think bonds are pretty competitive.
Matt, before you go, did you make a reference to Wu-Tang Clan when you said rates rule everything around me?
I tried. You know, I've been on the open interest with Katie and team before. I've used that. Matt Miller too. And
Matt would get it. I don't know if everyone else would. 1993, 94 is what I'm saying. A shout out to, you know who you are, viewer, listener, getting in touch and making sure that didn't go over our heads. Matt, good to chat with you. Rates rule everything around me. Matt Miskin. Cash rules everything around me. It's the Wu-Tang Clan song. Go back to 1994 to find that one. Coming up next, it's our cross-platform coverage.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Nasser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That is Emily Griffeo from the Bloomberg News Cross Asset team. She's in for Carol Nasser this afternoon. And we are just a few minutes away from the close of trading, at least in the equity markets on this Thursday, May 15th. The S&P 500 up 0.4%, the NASDAQ down 0.2%. The Dow Jones, which Emily tells me is the only index she pays attention to. Why are you laughing? Up 0.7%.
That's the opposite. And
I know.
I watched the NASDAQ 100.
What are you seeing?
Which is just in positive territory.
Okay.
Up 0.4%.
You know, I'm going to front run one of your stock movers a
Okay.
little bit just
Go
because
ahead.
of this Meta story that
Yes,
we
we
got to
need to talk
hit. The
about
Wall
it.
Street Journal is reporting, and I'm reading right from the Journal here. Meta is delaying the rollout of its flagship AI model, prompting internal concerns about the direction of its multi-billion-dollar AI investment. This, according to people familiar with the matter. Shares of Meta platforms right now down about 2.4%.
So this AI model, Behemoth, I have to admit, I'm not very familiar with what it does. However, I do know that AI it's critical for all tech companies. Meta, people aren't using Facebook as much anymore. They need AI to succeed here.
Do you use AI?
Do I use AI?
Yeah, do you use, do you
Not
use any,
Meta AI.
do you use any LLMs?
I use ChatGPT.
Yeah, I use ChatGPT too. Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence reminds us that and we learned this from Meta Platforms in its most recent earnings report, that a lot of people are using its embedded AI in WhatsApp and in Instagram as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's not just for...
Do they know they're using it?
Yeah,
or it's
they
on
know
the
they're
back
using it.
end?
They're doing searches.
Okay.
They also don't know they're using some of the AI tech, Mandeep reminds us, because it does have the ability to show ads that are more targeted and be more efficient with those companies that are spending money to reach people. But check out this story. It's in the Wall Street Journal. We should note a Meta spokesperson declined to comment to the Wall Street Journal. I wanted to talk a little bit about what's going on over at Delta Airlines. I know Charlie Pellet's got his eye on this type of story.
He's a big traveler. So
He is. He goes transatlantic and he goes...
I know. He goes across the water.
Transcontinental, too.
And he
does
also
both.
goes transcontinental, which is crossing a continent. Does he fly Delta? And
I
does
don't know
he
what he
buy the cheapest ticket?
That's a good question. We'll ask Charlie when he comes in. He always flies whatever cool plane he can fly. So he wants to get on an A380,
right?
Or 787 or something like that. You were talking about Delta though, because the company's going to stop selling tickets under the basic economy label that many large carriers have adopted in recent years to compete with no-frills offerings of discounted competitors. Mary Schlangenstein reporting this.
They announced a reorganization of fare categories aimed at giving passengers more options within each cabin section, with varying features such as assigned seats, the ability to change flights, or loyalty benefits. So they're still going to offer low-cost fares as a subcategory of the Delta main ticket, but I guess you don't buy the basic economy ticket. We have to,
This is confusing.
We should ask Amanda Mole about this.
Yeah, she might know about
She
this.
would have a really good take on just the transformation of the airline industry as they're catering more to the premium customers and like building out first class and building out business class, and then they're just making the economy.
Okay, so the change applies to flights departing on or after October 1st. Delta may risk creating customer confusion with all the new options, including both classic and extra versions of their Delta Comfort and Delta One fares. Henry Hardervelt, he's the founder of Atmosphere Research Group. It's an advisory firm for the travel industry, telling Mary, the traveling public is going to greet this with a gigantic huh. My concern is that it risks making it so confusing to customers that they seek out a competitor whose offerings are more straightforward. I think people do want to compare apples to apples when it comes to price.
Yeah.
So who knows?
But this seems like it's a ticket where, you pay for the ticket and then they ask you, okay, do you want all these add-ons? $30, you can bring a carry-on. For $10, you can get an extra meal. The slicing and dicing is definitely not stopping anytime soon for airlines.
Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, it is Bloomberg's The Closing Bell, our global simulcast. And if you're listening in New York, Boston, and D.C., we're going to bring you live play-by-play coverage of the PGA Championship after the closing bell and all weekend long on Bloomberg Radio.
The full breakdown of all of today's market action starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Scarlet Fu, taking you through to the closing bell with a global simulcast that starts right now. Tim Stenovic in the radio booth, Emily Grafeo in today for Carol Master, Alex Steele on assignment as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio, and our partnership with YouTube. Tim Stenovic, an attempt here. Oh, wow, I looked awful in that picture. Tim Stenovic, what do you make of this mini rally, if you will?
I guess. I don't know. In the context of what's happened since April 8th, it's kind of not much, but it's pretty remarkable to see the rise in equities just in the last 5 weeks or so from those lows because, what, Emily, we're up 20% since then?
Yeah, about 20% since the April 8th low, which is just incredible here, really the strength of the rally. So maybe all of the fears about an upcoming trade war are just not on investors' minds anymore.
Well, 25% if you're talking about the NASDAQ 100 since that April 8th low, which just gives you a sense of how quickly things can shift. The question now is what happens next and which headline we would be looking at in terms of whether it's going to be earnings or some kind of tariff update that could give us the next leg up.
Well, that's what I'm curious as to what the next catalyst would be. I mean, we've kind of gone through the meat of earnings season. I know we get a few retailers next week that might shed some light on the tariff situation. But beyond that, you know, we're down in that sort of zone where it's going to be maybe much more driven once again by Washington and maybe not by the White House. I mean, remember, Congress is finally getting around to addressing some of the other fiscal proposals that the president had on the campaign trail. We'll see if they can make it through the gauntlet in Washington. Meanwhile, here on Wall Street, we do get the closing bells, and we do have green on the screen for most of the major indices, including a 0.7% gain for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, up about almost 300 points on the day. The S&P higher by about 25 points, going to close above that 5,900 level, a gain of about 0.4%. The NASDAQ 100 is going to finish the day in the green, only about 0.1%. We should point out the RSI, basically the relative strength indicator that, I guess, determines overbought or oversold conditions. That remains in overbought territory. The NASDAQ composite, though, is down 0.2% on the day, and your outperformer on a relative basis comes from two different areas. One, the Russell 2000, up 0.5%, and the other, the S&P 500 Equal Weight Index, which is up 0.9%.
Okay, look at that. In the S&P 500 non-equal weight index, 375 stocks did move higher. We did see 128 stocks move lower, though. I guess it would be the same in the equal weight index, too, Romaine.
I don't know. Is that true? The number of decliners and advancers, yes, that's the same.
Yeah.
Whether it's
just
a
doing
non-equal weight or
just doing
equal
some
weight.
quick calculations in my head. It would be the same.
It would be the same. You're right. All right, let's take a look at what happens when you look at it on a sector-by-sector basis.
Now I'm kind of doubting that. I don't know why.
Because I said it.
Because I know it's said. Go ahead.
Well, it's because the equal weight index is higher than the market cap weighted index that this IMAP looks kind of lopsided, right? Because you have tech, communication services, and consumer discretionary. These are the three sectors that encompass megatech. They are the only sectors in the red, but you could see that they take up fully half of the pie. Utilities, consumer staples, real estate investment trusts doing the best, all up at least 1.8%. These are all dividend-paying stocks that are classically defensive, so it tells you where investors' heads are, at least for today.
Hey, before we get to the gainers and decliners, we are getting some earnings. Speaking of tech, Applied Materials, of course, in the semiconductor space, saying that net sales in the most recent quarter did come in a little bit light, roughly about $7.1 billion. The street was just looking for just a few million more than that, so a modest miss on that front. And on adjusted EPS, they did beat $2.39 a share. The street was looking for $2.31 a share, and the company says that for the fiscal third quarter, so basically the guidance for the fiscal third quarter, they do see net sales in a range, a pretty wide range of 6.7 to 7.7 billion. The street on average, Tim, was looking for 7.2 billion.
Okay, there you have Applied Materials down about 1.9%. A reminder, we're still expecting results from Take-Two, Virgin Galactic, Kava, and a few more as well. In the meantime, I do want to take a look at some of the gainers on my radar today. Got to start with Foot Locker having its best single day ever, 85.7% to the upside. This after we learned that Dick's Sporting Goods agreed to buy the company. It's a cash or stock deal. It implies an equity value of about $2.4 billion and an enterprise value of about $2.5 billion. But even though this is the best day ever and the stock surged 85%, it's really only at levels that were last seen just in December of 2024. The stock has gotten hammered really in recent years.
It's kind of interesting, too.
Yeah.
To see some of the analyst notes on that. I mean, really just kind of slamming this deal. I mean, TD Cowen was basically just saying, I just don't get it. You know, $2.4 billion or whatever they're paying for Foot Locker and the softline retail space to scale up.
Look, Dana Telsey was on our program a little earlier from Telsey Advisors. She's really optimistic about this. She said, wait and see. She reminds everybody the way that Dick's Sporting Goods in recent years was able to really reinvent the way that it sold things in its stores and attract this demographic that isn't necessarily attracted to the Foot Locker stores. So like young men, 18 to 25, for example. She's pretty optimistic about this.
I set foot in the Dick's the other day, last Saturday, to get something for my wife, a T-shirt. I hadn't been in one in a long time. I have to say, they were insanely friendly in there. All the people were. Yeah. I mean, because I didn't know what I was looking for, and they were really helpful. It was quite an experience.
Yeah.
I won't go back, but it was quite an experience.
Did your wife like the shirt?
She did. It was very great. So I'm doing my part here.
Okay,
Nike,
you are.
Nike shirt.
All right. Happy Mother's Day.
Look for that in the earnings.
Yeah. All right. Cisco. Let's look at what shares of Cisco did. They ended up rising on the day today. This after the company issued a solid forecast for revenue, up close to 5% today. Solid forecast for revenue for the current quarter. Sales expected to be $14.5 billion to $14.7 billion. The company, like many others that have reported in recent weeks, is benefiting from demand for systems using AI tech, corporations and cloud computing providers expanding their networks to handle the surge in AI software. We also got some news about a little executive shakeup at the company, including the departure of Scott Herren as the company's CFO. Once again, shares of Cisco up by more than 4.8%. And finally, back to retail, Birkenstock Holding, BIRK, shares up close to 6% today. The company raised its earnings forecast for the year due to strong sales of its high-end sandals, expecting adjusted earnings of $740 million to $750 million. Sales rose 18% on a constant currency basis. They saw growth in all regions, including Americas, Europe, Middle East and Africa, and Emily, Asia Pacific.
It is sandal season coming up, and so that makes sense why, you know, sales would be going up and people are bullish. I put a couple of things in my shopping cart not so long ago. So there you have it. Let's also look at Take-Two because those results just came out. And the ticker here is TTWO, and we are looking at the first quarter. Let's give you the numbers that for the quarter that ended. Fourth quarter adjusted EPS was $1.08 compared with 28 cents a year earlier. Not sure we're comparing like with like here, but in terms of adjusted EBITDA for the period, $291.3 million does miss the average analyst estimate, which was just under $310 million. As for the outlook, it sees first quarter adjusted EPS of 20 cents to 30 cents, and it sees net bookings of anywhere from $1.25 billion to $1.3 billion. Analysts were looking for, on average, $1.27 billion. Right now, the stock is lower by about 5% in after-hours trading.
Okay, I'm watching what's going on with Virgin Galactic, ticker SPCE up 3% in the after hours. Some headlines crossing. Astronaut sales are expected to open up in the first quarter of next year. We also got results from the company. First quarter revenue beat estimates, did report a loss per share of $2.38 versus a loss per share last year of 25 cents. The company sees second quarter negative free cash flow from $105 million to $115 million. The estimate for the cash flow was a negative $106.1 million. Shares higher by about 3.6%. First quarter revenue coming in just above estimates at $500 million. Is that $500 million? Yeah, $500 million. Adjusted EBITDA loss of $72 million. The estimated loss was for $70.9 million. Excuse me, that's $500,000 for first quarter revenue. Excuse me.
Those shares higher right now, but let's look at some of the decliners today. United Health shares closed for the 8th straight day, closing lower, down 11%, but the stock did plunge as much as 19%, hitting the lowest level since April 2020 after the Wall Street Journal reported that the health insurer is under criminal investigation for possible Medicare fraud. The company said in a statement late yesterday that the DOJ hadn't notified the company about the reported investigation, and they said, quote, "We stand by the integrity of our Medicare Advantage program," but still a really rough string of days for that company. I'm also watching shares of Meta. That stock closed down 2.4% after the Wall Street Journal reported that the Facebook parent is delaying the rollout of its flagship AI intelligence model. It's called Behemoth, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see that full rollout. And finally, Coinbase shares closed down 7%. It was the worst day since March 28th, and this is just after it was announced that it was added to the S&P 500. It was up over 20% earlier this week, and yet this morning got hit with two pieces of news that really weighed on the shares. First, a hack over at the largest crypto exchange. Hackers had near constant access to some of Coinbase Global's most valuable customer data since January, according to Bloomberg reporting. And then additionally, the New York Times reported that the SEC has been investigating whether the company misstated its user numbers in past disclosures.
All right, we should point out Bitcoin right now down fractionally on the day. So too is the dollar, and down in a big way are Treasury yields, roughly about 9 to 10 basis points across the curve, as a lot of people now start to reprice in what they expect the Fed to do. That, of course, that was on the back of that slew of economic data that we got this morning. Real mixed bag here for economic conditions that at least has some investors thinking the Fed might actually act.
All right, we'll have to wait and see. Scarlett, you mentioned what's the next catalyst. Do not forget May 28th, NVIDIA earnings.
Yes.
Maybe that's the big one.
That's what, still another 2 weeks away.
Still another
so
2 weeks away.
There's a lot of meandering
I gotta
between
look forward to something, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, that is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and at Bloomberg Originals. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, well, Qatar's offering of a luxury Boeing 747 to President Donald Trump has set off alarm bells within the U.S. intelligence and diplomatic community, where gifts from foreign powers have long been viewed with suspicion. Jamie Taraby writes the story today. She's Bloomberg News national security reporter, and she joins us on Zoom from Washington, D.C. to discuss. Give us the latest on what is going on right now. Trump is potentially getting a plane.
He has been offered a reportedly $400 million luxury jumbo jet by the Qatari government for his use, because he has been quite vocal about his frustration with Boeing for the delays in the delivery of the Air Force One jets that he has asked for during his first administration. The current Air Force One planes that he uses are decades old, and they certainly don't compare when you stand them up against the sort of the luxury furnishings, French interior designed comfort that a Qatari royal family would enjoy in the air. But obviously, the question of the gift, the question of the plane itself being used by the President of the United States has raised all kinds of concerns, whether they're legal or ethical. But I've been focusing a lot more on the security concerns that are inherent with accepting any kind of gift, let alone a plane.
Let's talk about those security concerns. I can't stop laughing when you quoted Thad Troy, a former station chief with the CIA, who said, if we had built the plane knowing it was going to a foreign government, we would probably have bugged it. Like, that's just the way it works when it comes to one country and another country, when it comes to national intelligence, when it comes to the CIA. What did you learn in your reporting about this being a national security challenge for the U.S.?
There wasn't a single person, whether they were former three-letter agency, intelligence, foreign service, international intelligence officers that I spoke to, who said for sure that plane would be bugged in some fashion, whether it was by special interests from the host family or from self-interest within that country, or allies or friends or adversaries hacking into surveillance systems. It's very porous before it gets the word that they used a lot to me was hardened, and when it gets hardened when it becomes DoD approved aircraft. And I didn't even know a lot of these things when I was working on this and talking to all these people, but the airplane itself needs to be hardened to withstand an explosion. It needs to be able to continue. It needs to be able to fuel air to air. It has a surgical center. It's basically a flying White House, complete with a situation room. So the idea of having something like that being given to the US by a foreign government and not doing all kinds of security sweeps to establish that it's clean and it's fine, and then going in and fortifying it, weaponizing it, and getting it ready for the president. It just seems. I was told it would take months, if not years, to accomplish everything to everyone's satisfaction. So I don't know if those security concerns will make a difference or not, but that was definitely something that the people that I speak to, that was immediately where their minds went.
So in terms of the security concerns, we talk about potentially bugging, spyware. Are there any other concerns, like tech-related security concerns that come about with a foreign party giving the U.S. a plane?
The technical concerns that I mean, there were people who were talking to me who said they didn't want to say what they were thinking because they didn't want to give anyone ideas.
Oh,
but
I like this.
Well, I mean, installing a kill switch, playing with the mechanism.
That is some seriously scary stuff. I thought you were going to be talking about a microphone hidden behind the wall of the plane or something.
Well,
that is some seriously scary stuff.
I spoke to someone who was living across the road from the U.S. Embassy in Moscow during the Cold War, and he said that the listening devices were inside the concrete in the bricks. So the idea of wiring and behind the molding and all these beautiful furnishings is not out of the realm of possibility. So you just have to have an imagination, and you can imagine how creative you can be with what you install and where. There could be cameras inside. There could be a location tracker that will tell you exactly where the president is at any time. So these are all things that not only endanger his safety and security, but also could give anyone intelligence on the sort of communications and conversations that he might be having with people on the plane with him or with people, elsewhere.
This is remarkable. Yeah, I mean,
have I scared you enough?
Well, yeah, you actually really have. But what you also point out in your piece, the criticism that the president has gotten from people who've been allied with him, including Ben Shapiro, Laura Loomer, and others. But he's kind of holding firm, at least with his public comments, that this is the type of gift he would accept.
Well, it's become a poison chalice in a way because, it is a tremendous honor that he has been paid by this Arab country to accept this gift. And, the Arabs, I'm Lebanese, so I think I know something about this, but they're big gift givers, and the hospitality is really embedded in the culture. So this for them is it's a huge gesture. But it also, it runs completely counter to what a lot of Trump supporters stand by. Not just the sort of the ethical concerns and the idea of what's the quid pro quo here, but Qatar is it's a complicated. It has complicated relationships with countries that may not have relationships with the U.S. that have strained relationships with the U.S. And it has been a very active participant in the Gaza talks because Hamas for the longest time has a political office in Doha. So, there's a lot there. And so, I was talking to one person about the capabilities of the Qatari intelligence service, and he said to me, well, we trained them. So, if they're good, a lot that has to do with the fact that they have the strategic security partnership with the U.S. The U.S. has a military base in Qatar. So it's very, very, very complicated, and I think it just should be treated with a lot of caution and wariness, and, what we used to hear, like trust but verify.
Right. I mean, this story, you've given us a lot to think about, Jamie. Appreciate you joining us. Jamie Taraby, she covers national security She's out of our Washington, D.C. bureau, but she spent time in Baghdad. She was the bureau chief for NPR News. Close to 20 years ago, she reported on the unraveling of Iraqi society. She was with Al Jazeera America. She was with CNN. She's been doing this for a long time. Check out her stories on the Bloomberg terminal and, of course, at Bloomberg.com as well. You're listening to and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 4 in a row for the S&P 500 index. And this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. It's for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Moments ago, we heard from Applied Materials. It is the largest American maker of chip manufacturing equipment. It gave a lackluster forecast for the current period, highlighting the potential cost of the U.S. trade dispute with China. After ours, we got Applied down now by just about 4.4%. As I mentioned, another update for the S&P 500 index, climbing 24 points, up 0.4%. Lots of moving parts to today's trading. Wall Street traders drove stocks higher as bond yields sank after the latest economic data spurred bets that the Fed Fed will cut rates at least twice this year to prevent a recession, but also lots of earnings news to digest. Today, the S&P up 24, up 0.4. The Dow up 0.6, up 271 points, but NASDAQ declined by 0.2%. 10-year, 4.43%. The 2-year, 3.95%. Gold up $60 the ounce, up 1.9%. 32.37 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, 61.78 a barrel. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Really do appreciate it. I want to bring back Julie Smolansky. She's CEO of Lifeway Foods. She's been on with us in the past. We last spoke to her back in December. The company Lifeway Foods, you might know it if you're a listener, if you're a viewer, or if you've been to a grocery store, because it's a $350 million market cap. They make kefir and farm cheese, so you might have seen their products on the shelves. They reported earnings earlier this week. Tuesday, they came out with the numbers. The market reaction was on Wednesday. Shares surged to higher by more than 14.5%. The company reported a 44% year-over-year increase in earnings per share. Net sales up 3.3% year-over-year. And it was the 22nd quarter of consecutive growth under Julie's leadership. Julie joins us once again from Los Angeles. Julie, there's a lot to talk about. I mentioned that you were on with us back in December to discuss the company rejecting an unsolicited offer, a takeover offer by Danone North America. What is the status of the back and forth now between the two companies?
We are in court. And we are working to defend this hostile takeover. It's a classic David and Goliath story, but their offer farly undervalues the company, and we're fighting for all shareholders. And we know that we're at the tipping point right now. We have a strong balance sheet, and we're not a distressed company. So, we feel that the offer is really undervalues us. And we feel that the reason why they think that they can take us over in a hostile manner, the very contract that we're disputing, is invalid. It's against Illinois state law. All shareholders did not agree to it, and it gives a minority shareholder control over management and board decisions. So we believe that the Cook County courts will side with us, and this situation's really unprecedented. And, we're fighting against the largest B Corp in the world who's behaving like an activist. It's unprecedented, and it's not something we typically see in the natural food industry at a time when, other companies are being valued at exceptional rates. We just saw Poppy being acquired by Pepsi for $2 billion. We're in the probiotic space. We have a lot of science behind our product. And 2,000 years of history. This is not a fad. This is not a trend. This is a 2,000-year-old staple product that my ancestors, my great-great-grandparents, grandmothers, developed and protected. And, my father brought kefir to America. And he pioneered this, and we pioneered this. Lifeway is the premier kefir company in the world. And so it's no surprise to me that they want to steal us. But, I'm going to make sure that all shareholders benefit from a good value of our company, one that we know. And, we're on target to continued strong performance.
Well, I do want to say you sent a message out on social media earlier saying that you would be on our program a little later. You said you were going to defend Lifeway Kefir against corporate raiders and bullies, and you called it shameful when the largest B corporation in the world behaves like greedy hedge funds. Danone did send us a response to that, a lengthy response. I'm going to read from it and get your reply. It says, in part, Julie Smolansky's allegations against Danone are false and detached from reality. There's no raid or hostile bid since Lifeway's board decided in November 2024 to reject Danone's highly attractive $27 per share acquisition proposals, depriving Lifeway shareholders of a very significant premium. Danone has been a major shareholder in Lifeway for more than 25 years and is defending a legally binding shareholder agreement. The statement continues to say, the only greed demonstrated here is by Ms. Smolensky at the expense of Lifeway's public shareholders. How do you respond to that?
I think the language speaks for themselves, for itself. This shareholder agreement is illegal. Many lawyers have looked at it, as well as Illinois legislators have looked at it, and have all agreed it's illegal, improper, and it harms Lifeway. It harms the public at large. It benefits nobody but Dannon, and we believe it's void. And the courts will work through that in the courts. But they themselves are on the record as saying that they're going to make a move, that they're making a move on kefir in the United States. They have already christened their hostile takeover by example of their photograph on the front page of their annual report with Activia Kefir. They already have shared their plans, and that those plans are to wipe us off the face of the earth and get rid of our brand and take over the space. They're unable to grow organically on their own. So they do this this is a standard operating procedure for them. And you can see that by the debacle of their Horizon takeover, their White Wave takeover, their Wallaby takeover. They have a history of corporate raiding. And I don't think farmers in America or our community here in America or around the world, is going to benefit from such actions. And we will continue to defend them. And I'm not going to be bullied.
We're speaking with Julie Smolensky, CEO of Lifeway Food. She's also chairperson of the board and president of the company.
Julie, I'm wondering if there is a price that is fair for potentially a merger. Would you be open to that if the price was right? And what would it be?
We're open to any offer that makes sense for all shareholders, that values the company in a proper way, in a way that also looks at the potential and the growth when there is a tipping point right now in food, and they know it, which is why they're trying to take this over and steal this, because they know it. We own 95% of the most hottest global categories in the world. Kefir is the subject of intense science and research studies all around the world. Just recently, a couple of months ago, out of Boston, they did a long study of over 30 years that followed 130,000 people and found that people who consumed probiotic fermented dairy foods, like found in Lifeway Kefir, were able to reduce colon cancer by 20 to 30%. This is groundbreaking research. We also know that kefir can help prevent ADHD. We've seen research showing that. We have seen the mind-gut axis and the way that kefir can help reduce stress, depression, and anxiety through the vagus nerve. There is a skin-gut axis. We know that kefir is beneficial to the skin. This is all science and research backed. So, and the GLP-1 conversation, just to throw that one in, we have a high-quality bioavailable protein product loaded with calcium and nutrients that people want. So
we only have a couple minutes left,
so a lot of potential.
We only have a couple minutes left, so I want to jump in here. Emily did ask you what the price would be. Remember, Danone offered $27 per share in their acquisition proposal. They called it highly attractive. What number is fair to you?
I'm not going to name a number. The board and the consultants, the investment bankers and the board will have that determination. But I can tell you, you could look at some of the recent transactions and the valuations there, and I'll name Poppy, Simple Mills, of which Lifeway was an early investor in, and we benefited greatly from. But take a look at the Simple Mills valuations. Take a look at Lesser Evil. Take a look at RX Bar, Annie's Organics. I mean, I can continue to name other companies in my space and the valuations that are there. That is, I absolutely disagree that they are offering an attractive offer. They're offering an offer that only benefits Danone. And the contract is illegal. Let's run a fair process.
I do want to touch a little bit on some of the other points that Danone made in their argument. This idea that compensation, they note, accounts for more than, potential compensation rather, would account for more than all of Lifeway's net income. How would you respond to that? They say together with the severance and retention figures.
I mean, I feel that that's the pot calling the kettle black. I would say take a look at their compensation. I mean, I think that, you know, there's, I mean, I think everyone deserves to be compensated fairly, and my team is no different than their team.
Let's switch gears a little bit. I think we covered this latest, and I know this will be ongoing. Very briefly, before we switch gears, when do you anticipate this to be out of the courts and there to be a decision?
Oh, I can't predict what the court's timeline is. You know, that's up to the courts.
You think it'll be years, though?
I don't have a crystal ball.
No idea. Okay.
But I know that we're going to continue to, you know, control what we can control, which is continue to build the business. That's what I'm focused on.
Okay. Well,
really
let's talk.
Growing the category.
Let's talk a little bit about that. Because last time you were on, you spoke a lot about farmer cheese and the growing category there. What's the product pipeline look like when you want to branch out from kefir?
Yeah, this is really exciting because farmer's cheese is one of the hottest things happening right now. It is a kind of a product of the moment. As you know, cottage cheese really became viral recently. We saw this trend in demand for soft, unripened cheeses like cottage cheese. This is sort of like a blended cottage cheese already, so it's a recipe hack. And because of like the high demand, I mean, you have to be under a rock to see the demand for high quality bioavailable protein is off the charts. And this offers a tremendous amount of protein. People, you know, even Bethany Frankel is raving about it and sharing it on her Instagram. She paired it with caviar on a crisp. Looks great. But, you know, there is sort of a buzz around farmer's cheese, so much so that we've already started shipping into 1,400 Albertson stores around the country. And we have commitments for another 2,000 distribution points for farmer's cheese in mass market. This is the first time we're scaling a legacy product. This was product number 1 and 2 along with original kefir that we launched. So this is a product where we're the #1 manufacturers in farmer's cheese. So not only are we the category leader of kefir, but we're also the category leader of farmer's cheese. We're going to see a lot more about this in the coming weeks and months out of Lifeway and on your grocery store shelf.
Are Americans coming back to dairy? Because oat milk, almond milk, all of those trends were very popular, but obviously, you know, this is a dairy product.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, it's a fermented dairy, which is not the same as just regular milk. Fermented dairy offers a tremendous amount of extra benefits. There are peptides that are released when through the fermentation process. Those peptides create a healthy microbiome in your gut. They restore kefir helps restore all of the good bacteria, and consumers are starting to learn about the microbiome and the importance of fermented dairy. And you know, they are going to the shelf, and they're recognizing that there are a lot of options on the shelf. But you know, this is not just a fad or a trend. Kefir, again, it's been around for 2,000 years. It's been a product of intense study for over 100 years, but it's really just now hitting mass market, and people are starting to make the connection and the tipping point that, you know, food is medicine or it's poison. You can use food to heal your body, and that's what Lifeway Kefir does. It heals the body, and that's something that's really special, and it's authentic. This is a recipe that was brought by my family to this country, and so it's the original. It's the OG of kefir, of probiotics. We were the first to talk about probiotics. And, you know, most of the disease in our body, most of our budget in our healthcare is from diseases of lifestyle. Kefir can actually help prevent some of those diseases of lifestyle. This is an important piece of health that all of us should be integrating from cradle to senior. Kefir, Lifeway Kefir is for everyone. And, you know, it reduces inflammation in the body, which is the cause of almost all disease, is because of inflammation and dysbiosis in the gut. And we're learning that, and people are starting to understand, and it's available everywhere from Walmart to Target to Amazon to Whole Foods. You know, we're in club stores, we're in mass market grocery to ultra premium. And so there is something for everyone, and our goal is to democratize it, to make it accessible and available to everyone, not just in America, but we ship all over and make sure that as many people have access to Lifeway Kefir.
You know, I'm curious, the shares are down about 8.7% so far this year. They're still shy by $5 of the acquisition price that Danone offered back in November of 2024 of $27 per share. What do you think investors are missing with this story?
Well, I would take a look at the five-year history and the trajectory. We have brought the company from $1.50 to, whatever it is today, $25. That's 1,200% growth. Our EBITDA has gone from $3 million to $27, and we are on target to continue to $45 plus in 2027. We've grown our gross profit 100%. We've grown our gross margin by 300 basis points, more than 300 basis points. I mean, we are just starting to hit our stride, and we have invested in our equipment and capacity. We have great capacity. We have, the ability to. We have a strong balance sheet. We have no debt. We have cash in the bank. We have a great team. We have incredible demand for our product that we manufacture ourselves. We have access to capital. The list goes on. The list goes on.
We only have a minute left, and I know Emily has another question. I just do want to point out, I'm looking at the 5-year chart. It's up 872% in the last 5 years. Shares 5 years ago were trading at $2.27. That was on June 11th, 2020. That was the 5-year low. Up now to $22.64 where shares are now.
Quick question, Julie.
We're a brand that meets the moment, and I was going to say we're a brand that meets the moment and a brand on the move, as you could see.
Speaking of on the move, everyone's talking about inflation. Do you feel like Lifeway Foods is feeling the pressure that you'll have to raise prices just to keep up with competition and keep up with inflation?
I mean, that's something that we've navigated and managed for over, 39 years. We're about to hit our 40th anniversary. So we've seen these kinds of things in the market, and it's something that we're used to. We still have a lot of price elasticity. Again, we are 95% of the kefir category. And, if we need to raise prices, we certainly will. We know that when consumers are feeling the pinch in the rest of, other categories and things, household good items and other things that are essential, they do tend to go back to the grocery store and go back to the essentials like Lifeway. Brands they know, brands they trust, and especially brands that have a functional element that are offering them some benefits like Lifeway Kefir does. So, we are battle tested. We've been through so many various elements, but, we managed a global pandemic, a global supply chain shortage, and a global labor shortage, and it really worked to our advantage, and I have no doubt that the same will be true as we look to the future.
Julie, appreciate you taking the time and joining us once again. Please do come back. Don't be a stranger. Keep us up to date on everything happening at the company. Julie Smolyansky, CEO of Lifeway Foods. She is also chairman of the board as well as president at the company. She joins us from Los Angeles. A reminder, $350 million market cap maker of kefir, farmer cheese, and more. You've been drinking this stuff for a long time.
Yeah. My mom would put it in my smoothies when I was growing up, and I would drink it for the probiotic benefits.
Okay.
It tastes pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a little tart, I would say, but I don't mind it.
I mean, it is.
So, and they have flavors too.
I do love your question. I did love your question about dairy having a moment, because a few years ago it was all about oat milk and
Oatly went public.
Yeah, and now it's like people are looking at milk again, dairy-based products again, yogurt huge.
I just want to say I never left. I was always a cow's milk girl. I don't know.
I left.
Are you done?
No, I'm like back to 100% dairy.
Okay, yeah.
But that happened when when we had our first kid.
Mm-hmm.
You start buying milk again.
Right.
And now I'm like, yeah, this is all.
It's very good.
Yeah.
And it has a lot of protein.
Don't touch the other stuff. Hey, let's get on over to Charlie Pellet, because he's got an update on everything happening after hours. Hit it, Charlie.
Indeed. Also putting in a plug for grape soda and frappuccinos. We have got the Dow, the S&P, both higher today. NASDAQ on the lower side of things, falling by 34 points, down 0.2%. S&P up 24, gain there of 0.4%. We've got the Dow up 271, up by about 0.7% today. 4 in a row, by the way, for the S&P, if you are keeping track. And yes, we do that here at Bloomberg. Your 10-year 4.43%. for the 2-year, 3.95%. Gold up $60 the ounce now, up 1.9%, 32.37 for the precious metal, and a retreat today for West Texas Intermediate crude, 61.75 a barrel, down by 2.2%. Bitcoin right now, 103,321 on Bitcoin. Applied Materials after the bell, which is the largest American maker of chip manufacturing equipment, gave a lackluster forecast for the current period, highlighting the potential cost of the U.S. trade dispute with China, down 4%. And after the bell, Take-Two Interactive Software reported quarterly sales that did beat analyst estimates. So bottom line here, the Dow, the S&P both higher, NASDAQ lower, but what is the market watching? That question for Matt Miskin, co-chief investment strategist at Manulife John Hancock Investments, and he was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
What the markets have been focused on have really been politics. So this hypnotic trance that's been driven across markets has been follow politics, not fundamentals, not inflation.
And again, after the close of trading, we got earnings from Applied Materials. The stock is trading lower after ours. Applied Materials down now by just about 4.5%. Also reporting earnings today, we heard from Walmart. That stock fell by 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. I'm checking out the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. We got a lot to get to, Emily Griffeo. I want to start with one, forgive us, it's a little bit local. It has to do with what could happen if New Jersey Transit goes on strike.
Carol Massar can't come to work?
No, she'd be okay. She's on the PATH train. We've established this, that she'll be safe.
But New Jersey Transit rail service is on the brink of a shutdown as its train engineers prepare to strike as soon as Friday. It's Thursday. This could be coming. Potentially stranding riders from Wall Street bankers to fans of Shakira. I guess Shakira has a concert coming up.
I guess that's the case. I did not know that. For healthcare workers, teachers, and other employees who need to be on site for work, they're going to likely scramble to find other modes of transportation. For example, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in Manhattan warned patients of the possible strike, telling them to plan for extra travel time, check for alternate routes, or reschedule appointments. This would be the first strike in decades, which surprised me when I learned about this because there have been so many service disruptions over the years during my 15, 16 years in New York or so that I thought there had been strikes, but the agency and union, they haven't. The agency and union are at odds over a wage agreement, with the union seeking parity with engineers working at other major U.S. railroads, and the agency warning that agreeing to higher salaries could pressure it financially.
What's interesting is that the New Jersey transit system is urging people to work remotely. And we were talking about Jamie Dimon, of course, the head of JP Morgan, is all in on working in the office. And maybe if you work for that bank, you can say, you know what? I got to listen to New Jersey Transit. I'm sorry, Mr. Dimon, I can't come in. I don't have a way to get there.
925,000 weekday trips across its system.
Yeah, it's
pretty
huge.
massive.
And all these people are going to maybe bus? Is that what? How are they going to get to the
they could
city?
bus, they could car, they could ferry in some cases. But that would be a lot of work to get to the ferry for a lot of people.
That's right.
All right, we'll keep you up to date on this story. In the meantime, I want to go to a different part of New York City. I want to go to Brooklyn because our next guest is looking, well, New York City area, excuse me. Obviously, New Jersey is not part of New York City, but New Jersey Transit runs into New York City. Before everybody gives me a hard time
I didn't
online.
even notice it, Tim.
Our next guest is looking to increase diversity when it comes to fashion. She's worked with companies including Target, Marriott International, Verizon, Prudential, CoverGirl, Pandora Jewelry, Nissan, Macy's, Coca-Cola, and more. Brandis Daniel is back with us. She's the founder of Harlem's Fashion Row. She's also the founder of the nonprofit Icon 360. She joins us once again from Brooklyn. Brandis, it's been a while since we've had you on the program. Good to have you with us today. I want to talk a little bit about the problem that you're solving at Harlem's Fashion Row. What prompted you to start the company and the problem that you saw?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. When I started the company back in 2007, I started to go down department stores' websites looking for designers of color and realized at the moment that department stores would carry hundreds of designers, but less than 1% of those designers were designers of color. And that really prompted me to do something about it. How do we increase representation within retailers and within the fashion industry?
And talk about the work that you're doing right now in terms of grants to these companies and elevating companies from Black designers.
Absolutely. So in 2020, right after the pandemic hit, I started a nonprofit, Icon 360, to benefit designers of color, but also HBCU fashion departments. And so we got our first big grant from actually Vogue and the CFDA, which is $1 million grant, which we were able to deploy to 27 designers of color, which helped their businesses actually stay alive during that pandemic time. Since then, we've donated over $1 million to HBCU fashion departments, thanks to companies like Gap. We've gotten incredible support from Nike and Nordstrom, and so many other companies have allowed us to be able to support these HBCU fashion departments as well as designers of color. And just to give you an example, there was a student who just got an internship at Tiffany & Co. Recently, and he wanted to take the internship. It was a super competitive, amazing opportunity for him, but he didn't know how he was actually going to pay to stay in New York and actually travel to New York. And through our nonprofit, we were able to provide him with housing and flight and travel as well, because we had the funds there to be able to do that.
I just want to jump in real quick with a headline unrelated to this. The Department of Justice, is probing Live Nation and AEG for collusion on COVID-era refunds. The U.S. Justice Department is conducting a criminal antitrust probe into how companies responded to mass concert cancellations at the outset of the pandemic in 2020. This is according to people with knowledge of the matter. Our own Josh Sisko and Lucas Shaw reporting this just minutes ago. In the after-hours session, shares of Live Nation Entertainment are down just about 2%. We'll bring you updates as we get them. Brandis, the environment has shifted quite a bit in the last couple of years. If we think back to when you started the nonprofit in 2020, it was a different conversation that was happening when it came to representation, when it came to DEI. Right now, though, I think it's fair to say that DEI has sort of turned into a bad word. It's certainly being attacked by the current administration. Companies left and right have come out and said, we are no longer doing DEI at our companies. There's been a public backlash against it. How are you watching all of this happen right now?
We're definitely watching. We are not blind to what is happening. It's very disheartening to see what is happening. But I am proud to say that as we're going into our 5th year with Icon 360, that we continue to receive so much support from the retail and fashion community. And so there are so many brands, while there are some that have walked away from their commitment, there are so many that have kept their commitment in this, in retail and fashion. And so we're really happy about that.
What are you seeing at the HBCUs? Are you seeing more students wanting to get into fashion, or is your role really maybe approaching people who wouldn't be interested in this space and getting them more interested on it?
I think there's more students interested in fashion. You have to think about the fact that, 15 years ago, there was no fashion shows on TV. There was no Project Runway or any of those shows. And so I think now, with social media and the TV shows that are on, students are a lot more exposed to all the different opportunities that are in fashion and retail. And so we're seeing a lot of students that are very interested. But I will say on the HBCU front, I have seen a lot of regression in terms of support for those schools. And so, that is a place where I see so much opportunity for brands to really step up and continue their support of these HBCUs.
Are you seeing still a reception? I mentioned a lot of the brands that you've worked with, Nissan, Macy's, Marriott International, Target. Are you seeing that brands are still receptive to this type of work?
They are still receptive. We are actually hosting an HBCU Fashion Professor Summit in the next few weeks. And we've got incredible support from so many brands that are either sponsoring the event, donating to the event, or either speaking at the event. And so what I'm seeing in the fashion and retail space is that I believe companies know that in this space, there is no way that you can move forward and really capture a large consumer base without being committed to DEI. It is a space where, people don't really, I don't think have a lot of choice but to continue that path. And if they don't, they're also seeing what that backlash could look like.
Gonna have to leave it there, Brandis, but it's good to check in with you again. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Brandis Daniel, the founder of Harlem's Fashion Row, as well as the founder of the nonprofit Icon 360, joining us this afternoon from Brooklyn. Taking a look at how the markets closed today. The S&P 500 was up 0.4%. The NASDAQ composite fell 0.2%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average higher by 0.7%.
The VIX is also down majorly. I don't know if you care talk about the VIX.
Oh, it depends on what's happening in the broader market, but I wouldn't say we mention it every day.
Look
Why?
at it. I mean, it's below 20. That's often seen on Wall Street as like the level of whether investors are panicked or not. And it's just been incredible to watch the rebound in the equity market since April, since Liberation Day, and all these other metrics like, the Wall Street fear gauge moving much lower significantly. I mean, this was really people were saying that this was going to be very volatile, and we've really had an incredible strength in the market here. But who knows how long it's going to last? I feel like that's the next question.
That's a point that Eric Weiner brought up with us yesterday on the program. I'm Tim Stenevec along with Emily Griffeo. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. Joining us is Bloomberg News equities reporter Natalia Knievich. She joins us here in the Bloomberg studio. This is the one that, I guess it's two, everybody is talking about. Foot Locker and Dick's.
Exactly. So we do see huge price moves. So, for example, now Dick's Sporting is down by 14%. On the other hand, Foot Locker is up by 85%, guys. So for Foot Locker specifically, right? So the company was a little bit struggling with this turnaround. We know that it relied on Nike heavily. Then Nike chose direct-to-consumer approach, and Foot Locker was really kind of struggling with assortment and goods. So this deal is largely viewed by the market, right, as a positive development. On the other hand, we see that for Dick's Sporting is not such a good idea, right? It's at least how analysts see this move. When I asked people why this deal is happening, why do they need this Foot Locker in their portfolio, they said basically Foot Locker can bring a little bit bigger exposure to, because this is a lifestyle thing, and they can have, they can have more access to a wider range of consumers. Plus, Foot Locker also has global exposure.
Yeah, Dana Telsey on our program a little earlier today. You can check out that podcast from that interview. And she mentioned the same thing, that essentially, hey, look what Dick's was able to do to its brand over the last few years, the way it was able to change the retail experience, and also the footprint that they have with these stores and the different demographics that Foot Locker would bring to it.
Like the young males.
Yeah, she's optimistic, Emily.
Yeah. Okay, what else are you watching? CoreWeave.
CoreWeave, yes. So we reported on this company before the IPO. We followed the IPO pretty closely. The stock is currently, if I'm not mistaken, is still trading above its IPO price. Earnings, everyone was watching what they are going to deliver. Two things. So first of all, of course, we know about this new kind of extension of this deal with OpenAI, which is a positive development. However, we do see that the stock is down because some analysts were disappointed with increased capex plan. The reason why it's so important, because analysts I spoke with, I did a preview on earnings, and they said the biggest problem for CoreWeave is that, yes, it's an AI story, and AI infrastructure demand is still there, but the company has a huge amount of debt. The problem here is that CoreWeave wasn't able to get as much equities because they basically cut the IPO price, and they weren't able to get as much as they wanted through equities, and they have to borrow. They have to now they increase their debt, and they one analyst told me that they borrowed somewhere between 10 to 14% interest rate. It's pretty. It is a lot, and this is one of the biggest issues for some investors and analysts. But other than that, it's a pretty positive, story for AI.
Yeah, the shares bounced around a little today, but they still reached an all-time high,
exactly.
which is pretty remarkable. The market cap, Emily, $31.5 billion.
I was going to point that out. When
Wow.
did it IPO?
Just a few months ago.
Okay.
Yeah, this was back in March.
That's bigger than a lot of car companies.
Oh, yeah.
And
It is.
airlines are about the same.
Steris, ticker STE.
Exactly. I don't think that our viewers or listeners have heard about this company potentially before today, and including me actually. But the reason why I decided to cover this stock, it still is at the close the best performing stock in the S&P 500 today. It's up by almost 9%. This is a very good example of how the small stocks in very niche areas of the market can deliver really good returns. The stock is up by 20% on a year-to-date basis. It focuses on patient care, infection prevention, sterilization, and analysts were pretty optimistic about those results. So it's just like a good, reminder that we should keep an eye on smaller stocks as well.
Yeah, medical equipment. I'd be curious to see their supply chain and where they're manufacturing. They're based in Ohio. There's a lot of factories in Ohio. Potentially, they're doing a lot of business there.
Yeah, at
18,000
employees.
Yeah,
it's pretty massive. A market cap of close to a little over $24 billion. Natalia, thank you so much for joining us. Natalia Kenny-Javich. She is Bloomberg News Equities reporter. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes of the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. I want to get back to a story that we mentioned a little earlier, Emily. It's getting a lot of attention right now. The U.S. Justice Department is conducting a criminal antitrust probe into how companies responded to mass concert cancellations at the outset of the pandemic in 2020, focusing on whether Live Nation Entertainment and AEG Presents illegally colluded on refund policies. Checking out Live Nation right now.